Instrumental.
Let out a blitz burn, nigga. Burn, nigga. That's how we coming. I'm already. Yeah. Hey, cruising down the street with my AR. Strapped in the we all trying to score. Better get low, cause we flip cars. Right hand of 10. We seen it from 4. Cruising down the street with my AR. Strapped in the whip. We all trying to score. Better get low, cause these hit hard. Strap hand of 10. We seen it from 4. I ain't gotta slide off the rap real quick, I'ma hop out the whip. Cruise down street on 50 or 15, got 50 in the clip. Can't run from this, ain't no kicking and shoot through breaks.
You ask these dummies how they go about erasing the logs from the ISPs, they wouldn't know what you meant. That's the level of people we're dealing with. Look what pisses them off. Anything educational, anything that's not in English, anything that's not white, anything, yeah, let me rephrase, anything black and anything female. These people hit the fucking roof. They hit the fucking roof. They've done it 8 times tonight. They did it 10 times yesterday. They did it 10 times the day before. So what? So what? I grew up in Toronto. This ain't nothing new. Whatever punk ass place you're from ain't nothing. Obviously, because they don't deal with pedophiles and people that harass people. Where you're from, you should stay, because that's where punk asses belong, obviously, because they're tolerating you there. You mad? Why you mad, bro?
No conversation in my Jason mask.
So for 3 hours I've been planting 6 weed seeds. For 4 days I've been working on it. Every time I get to it, this happens. So I don't bother trying too hard. The underlying goal was to draw out all the goose and child molesters I could and kill as many as I could before I dropped. There are 11,100 people, according to the RCMP, that want to kill me. That's how many of them are breathing right now. See, we can go back and check IP logs later. We do with these later. You'll blabber about what you're doing.
Chops, I get a couple mil.
Notice, no matter how many times I do it, it's always the same sound.
We all trying to score. Better get low, cause we flip cars. Right hand of 10. We seen it from 4. Cruising down the street.
Does that go? You're
Stopped in the whip. We all trying to score. Better get low, cause these hit hard. Right hand of 10. We seen it from 4. Crowfoot, no sandal. Chopper hit this mandal. Vandal come through 4 niggas like Rambo. Aorta commando. Pop up with the mouth, I'll slide off the bando. I stop me camo. AC no sandal. Shots flip through his flannel. Then back to the bando. Vandal up on the 4-door. Picked up like 6-4. Slap him, that's a quick score. Hit his stain as a kickboard. He ain't get scored. Yo, who hang like that? He ain't really trying to strike back. Think a bitch for a night cap. Pair of shit for it right back. No cut, give it right back. Give it right back. Down the street. Strapped in the whip. We all trying to score.
So they kind of say Canada doesn't have security, foreign intelligence service.
We seen it from 4. Down the street.
But we run everything for the United States, Australia, New Zealand, and the UK. So the difference is
Strap out of 10. We seen it from 4.
I'm supposed to be upset. All these guys don't like me. Why do you make me feel better every time you get pissed off? That's what that is. Running a useless script that doesn't do anything but lock up the machine in a dumb way. That's you being pissed off. Everybody knows that.
I'm over here fucking with TF, Traffic, and Floyd.
Anybody that's ever hacked anything would look at what's happening and go, wow, what's wrong with these girls? What do they hate you for? Oh, they're child molesters. Ah. It's typical of these.
How you doing? Bro. Come on, chill. You ain't even looking for me. What I do?
Done. It's a wrap.
I might die for this shit, nigga. All them homicides just on Trippz, nigga. Gang banging that Trippz shit. Niggas calling up cause of them blue shits. My peoples, it was right behind, and that no nigga pulling up in no new rave. It was cool to that gang bread. Now these tough guys just never act right. Blood can fill the whole bathtub, let these blood brothers get baptized. Blacklisted, I'm a bad guy. Plus some dark skin, so I'm the black guy. Never see me like black eyes. We still pack cannons at shack site. Niggas swear that they're a man. But a light skin brother, like, what did you talk about? Niggas say you in the camp. Try to kill them on the track, let the people still chop them up. I ain't trust anybody that'll walk around. Pop kind, only reason that they popping up. Niggas skins on my shoes like crocodiles. They know they fucking with me like a crocodile. Gang. Yelling that shit that you never been a part of. I know niggas I got waiting for the startup. D-Rose and they ain't even put a startup. Not one person goes hot for the city, got a mainstream level. Talk about the top of that product. Tell me if they ever seen a bite that is out of. Not me out and mad that I got him. TCP ring like a nigga just a product. Think he's styling on you cause you seen him in his product. Big bun bust from a nigga like a marker. Party next door, need a shot in the parker. Tell Jay Prince I don't give a fuck, yo. Fighting for a rap with a cup though. Quitting in a round in a touch flow. But they agree to keep it on the hush though.
I'm over here fucking with TF traveling from Florida. I'm on a block right now. Drinking. Is that the phone?
Hey, fuck y'all. Hey, my arm hurt.
How you doing? Bro. Come on, chill.
Fuck the police.
You ain't even looking for me. What I do?
Done. It's a wrap.
I might die for this shit, nigga. All them homicides just on Trippz, nigga. Gang banging that Trippz shit. Niggas calling up cause of them blue shits. My peoples, it was right behind, and ain't no nigga pulling up in no new rave. It was cool to that gang bread. Now these tough guys just never act right. Blood can fill the whole bathtub, let these blood brothers get baptized. Blacklisted, I'm a bad guy. Plus some dark skin, so I'm the black guy. Never see me like black ice. We still pack cannons at shack site. Niggas swear that they're a man. But a light skin brother, like, what you talking about? Niggas say you in the can. Try to kill them on the track, let the people still chop them up. I ain't trust anybody that'll walk around. Pop kind, only reason that they popping up. Niggas skins on my shoes like crocodiles. They know they fucking with me like a crocodile. Gang. Yelling that shit that you never been a part of. I know niggas I got waiting for the startup. D-Rose and they ain't even put a startup. Not one person goes hot for the city, got a mainstream level. Talk about the top of that product. Tell me if they ever seen a bite that is out of. Not me out and mad that I got him. TCP ring like a nigga just a product. Think he's styling on you cause you seen him in his product. Big gun bust from a nigga like a marker. Party next door, need a shot in the parker. Tell Jay Prince I don't give a fuck, yo. Fighting for a rap with a cut though. Quitting in a round in a touch flow. But they agree to keep it on the hush though.
I'm blued up, I'm crewed up. For the F43G, I'm shoot up. Any nigga that really want it, I'ma find it. 32 shots and skeletons out the closet. You don't wanna be back down with your belly up. 4 double law niggas hopping on the heavy truck. We give bullets, but niggas don't give any bucks. Mac ain't auto, but I'll show you how to semi-buck. Type of strap, you may need to get rid of me. Really take headshots, so who's guillotine? You ain't not really banging these streets. Got heat from the west, but I'm banging the east. Nigga, crip. Have up a gang that you never been a part of. I put that on my mother and I put that on my daughter. If you just one of my brothers, then your blacks gonna shot up. I'm like Welvin, yelling out got him. So you ain't gotta ask Biggie Smalls who shot him. I got a Biggie pump that'll perk when I pop up. Had to move work in the slums just to guap up. Now I hit the club till the bartender top up. It's locks well, so for lock, you'll get shot up. Now I hit the club till the bartender top up. It's locks well, so for lock, you'll get shot up.
I might die for this shit, nigga. All them homicides just on.
Being the white boys, that's what makes it happen.
Round everybody up! Twisted Blaze, the ROC. I got a letter from the government the other day. I opened it and read it. They said they was bitches. One of these sevens. Legs chiming, anybody killer. Del Dublin, ICP. A letter to the
Somebody call 911. The gang banging at the mall. A kid 14 and his boys from Omaha. Oh Lord, oh my God, he's on a skateboard. FBI guy been a tree, sworn, spying on a juggalo clip for 8 months undercover. Ain't got nothing. Straight punks wasting everybody's goddamn time and money. Cause you some mold outdated cops, tubs and sunny shit headed and nerdy, like it ain't even funny. And the bitch in your ass is like bees to honey. Calling the juggalo a gangbanger, outrageous. Pulling ninjas over, whipping out gauges. And the judge slams down the hammers to the big house. Now for you, gangbanger, if we let this be, we'll be face to face with one man as he dictates the human race. We got a line of coming at a zooming pace. Kick you when you're down, boots, blue to the face. We don't need that.
The courts in the U.S. are using Zoom. That's the most amateur looking shit I've seen.
Mr. FBI, Mr. Officer, tell me why you want me in a coffin, sir. Is it because I wear my hatchet tat, or cause me and my fellas got matching tats? Is it because we like to hang out and be scrubs? Must be thugs out here peddling drugs. But let me tell you, all that meddling does is makes us want to leave you embedded in slugs. Free speech, motherfucker. Check this out. I want some pussy, or I'ma shoot a cop in the mouth. Bang guts hang like a wicked video game. It's all the same, it's entertaining. For the get us, so they come for those who want to get us. Punish you for representing, make you wanna forget us. That's what we get, cause we ain't corporate, self-made and doing well. So they damn us to hell and degrade us. That's what made us. They say the world hate us. For 20 years I've been getting paid. The boss call me an old man, I call me long dick paid. Young sweet baby Violet J never gets played. Since New America, goddamn retarded, so I walk around with a mouth full of shit, spitting shit in the face of Lady Liberty. Pushing swiftly through these days in a black 300, looking like I'm straight up out the back cave. Government they now investigate, so I take the windows looking too close.
Taps into it, like if we're not trying, every time I'm sorry.
Tell them that the squad's here. Give up on the plan, fam. Every year's our year. Top tier toe tagging, coke banging, pole banging, park running yard after somersault of ropes wagging, no bragging. I'm the hottest hopper on the table still. Stocks 80 mil, it never drops like a cable bill. Play the field and dash while I jump a trillion hurdles, so we can't share tracks cause we run in different circles. Journals full of classics, livers full of greatness. Got so many bitches, I might give some to the neighbors. The realest in the business, all filled with imitators. Just the rawest fucking cars, bro, you dealing with the greatest.
Hey yo, fuck a hook, straight bars and still make it sound tight. Ain't about what a real one sound like. Cloud9 rappers hit her with a brown stripe. On the one way, we giving them a round life.
There's a way, but don't get in the way of my will. Cause if you do, that's the day you get killed. That's the game that you drill. Cause the game is for real. Every bar's like a bullet in your brain will get spilled. And the chamber is filled. To make the whack retire, they appetize. Just make this shit rapid fire. Kiss your legs reminder. If you pass the wire, blow up your flow, son. You a massive liar. Be assassins higher. Put it up, they feel it. But wait, they suffer in a cupcake filling. Tie your ass up to the duct tape. Stick it to your face. Cut your face like some Subway chicken.
Hey yo, fuck a hook, straight bars and still make it sound tight. CRA, what a real one sound like. Cloud9 rappers hit her with a brown stripe. On the one way, we giving them a round tight.
Vandal, your pole sweats and tail sandals. Find me leaning on your stupidest rail handle. Got me bumming when the whole team show up. Broad doses.
It's a dope.
You already know what it is.
Overdose, Cody King and overdose. Overdose, that's us. Raise a shot to another fucking year. Let that blunt if you high like air. Start that line if you don't
look like an old
care.
prospect, old man.
I do drugs, I do drugs, I do drugs.
Bottom one all smashed over there. I know where the good stuff is. Don't touch it. Don't you dare clean it up. We're gonna tidy it up for you, Grandpa. Did I skip backwards a bunch of tracks because I got?
Hello. This call.
Yeah, I think I did. How the fuck that
I'm a native today, I'll be a native tomorrow. I'm a native in my joy and a native in my sorrow. I'm a native in my hurt and even more in my healing. In the morning I rise and give thanks for this feeling on the daily.
I've been tracking all day, trying to find a way to get about it is. I know that shit don't last long, either I'll be dead and gone or them cups are on my wrist. And I'm just here trying to leave, trying to get up off the streets, and they took my boy from me. I'm out here lonely on the block, cause my homies on lock, this ain't how it's supposed to be.
Niggas know it's savage. When push on the shrub, we gotta have it. And don't say a word about that thing that spits rapid. Niggas won't hesitate to put his face on a pamphlet. The hustle's backed up. My hustle been doing backflips. SKs that fold out. Hollows been causing showouts. Rolling with Michelle. Been trapping out of a full house. My family matters like Urkel though. We like herbivore. I never heard of y'all. Bullets, they could've murked me, bro. On that glass till my black nine shatters, cause emotion in your life, just like Black Lives Matter. I always knew that dreaming came easily, but now I'm having dreams that niggas keep putting heat to me. So I had to take the snub out the box, it was empty. So I had to take the slugs out the sock, FOTG. Niggas know the clan that I fuck with, believe me. It ain't nothing I start dumping. My strap cost 3 bands, shoot like I got 3 hands. Niggas know the deal when we pull up.
Sir Michael O'Brien. In a moment, a word about another trial. Now, here's our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, I know a lot of you listeners have taken my advice and switched to Fatima. Now, if you haven't, how about comparing Fatima this weekend? Size Fatimas in a bright sunny yellow pack.
Been like 3 bands, a voodoo man trying to shoot me, watch your heat jam. That pinpoint, I put my bullets, they got an
I've been trapping all day, trying to find a way to get about it is. I know that shit don't last long, either I'll be dead and gone or them cups are on my wrist. And I'm just here trying to leave, trying to get up off the streets, and they took my boy from me. I'm out here lonely on the block, cause my homies on lock, this ain't how it's supposed to be. I've been trapping all day, trapping all day, trapping all goddamn day, man. I'm just trapping all day, trapping all day, trapping all goddamn day, man. I'm just trapping all day, trapping all day, trapping all goddamn day, man. I'm just trapping all day, fucking trapping all day, trapping all goddamn day.
Penitentiary chances or a casket laid out. Them the only 2 ways this shit plays out. Picking fence foreign shit is wicked in the caged house. Gorillas in the cell picking they braids out. My nigga lock on, and so is young too. So is fresh and Mars. Tell me who I'm supposed to run to when I'm in need of a shoulder. When I'm trying to be righteous, but the street life making me colder. Took the white Pyrex nights baked in a soda. Goons pop like you shaking a cola. Wasted a sober when the words out the time. No escaping the rollers.
Heard somebody say they saw a mouse, said mouse, and the thing came out, and ran back out and looked at them as if to say pardon. You're not going to find that.
Between a dream and these fiends, I gotta serve drugs. 2 options, pick one, the choice is on you. Make sure it ain't the wrong move, it's grand.
Arab prophets like cowboys, the French like Indians, and royalty like Englishmen. Christians still reading on Corinthians. Rap still murders on the Islington. Every day's an incident. Try to talk to niggas, they ain't listening like so be it. They kept some places they was looking, but they don't see it. You see it. Sister, hope that we put pushing in that collegiate. Niggas wore purple like Cameron, I really mean it. Tell me I'm a genius. The way I tell these stories like I seen this. I add the hurrah, silver realist for the Libras. Fuck your horoscope, I got a horoscope. Put it on the top of the rifle when that Ferrari provoke. Never knew niggas would sing until they hit high notes. Wasn't playing ball in 9 to 5, so spit your dope. Catch me in the trap house till the minute I cash out. Sipping on Guinnesses, Heinekens, and
I've been trapping all day, trying to find a way to get about it. I know that shit don't last long. Either I be dead and gone or them cups are on my wrist. And I'm just here trying to leave, trying to get up off the streets, and they took my boy from me. I'm out here loony on the block, cause my homies on lock. This ain't how it's supposed to be. I've been trapping all day, trying to find a way to get about it. I know that shit don't last long. Either I be dead and gone or them cups are on my wrist. And I'm just here trying to leave, trying to get up off the streets, and they took my boy from me.
The mildness you want. Chesterfield is best for you because
I've been trapping all day, trying to find a way to get about it. I know that shit don't last long. Either I be dead and gone or them cups are on my wrist. And I'm just here trying to leave, trying to get up off the streets, and they took my boy from me. I'm out here loony on the block, cause my homies on lock. This ain't how it's supposed to be.
Niggas know it's savage. We pushed on the strap, we gotta have it. And don't say a word about that thing that spits rapid. Niggas won't hesitate to put a space on the pamphlet. The hustle's backed up. My hustle been doing backflips. SKs that fold out. Hollows been causing showouts. Rolling with Michelle. Been trapping out of a full house. My family matters like herbivore. Eat like herbivore. I never heard of y'all. Bullets, they could've hurt me, bro. Hop behind that glass till my black knife shatters. Cause emotion in your life, just like Black Lives Matter. I always knew that dreaming came easily. Now I'm having dreams that niggas keep putting heat to me. So I had to take this.
It was Wednesday, September 8th. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Warden. My name's
like
Friday.
79
I was on my way back to the
and a half.
office from R&I, and it was 10:14 a.m. when I got to
Guys, like, what would it be?
homicide.
Pardon me, sir.
Fuck
Yes,
off.
sir.
Are you a policeman?
That's why
Yes,
you
sir.
made all
I
them
will tell you.
highways.
I want to talk to somebody. I'm not sure
The
who.
dual fold, the light
Tell me
hits
what
it,
it's all
it's
about. I
a
might be
heat
able to help
sink, then all the cars
Well, I
get
gotta be
stuck
sure
on
it's the right person. You can understand that, can't you?
Yes, sir.
My name's Paul Marcus.
All right, Mr. Marcus, what is it you want to talk about?
Do you work in there in the homicide department?
That's right.
You know all about murders, then, huh?
I've killed
You want to
someone.
come into the office and talk?
No, I don't want to go in there. Is there someplace else we can go? I'd like to talk to you alone. This is kind of a personal thing.
All right, sir. Come on down the hall. Interrogation room.
Nobody else there?
No.
That's good, because like I told you, this is a personal matter. I need your advice.
All right, sir, this way.
It's the first time I've ever been in the police department. I feel kind of funny just walking in and talking personal things to a stranger.
Yes, sir, I can understand. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
We'll sit down right there.
Thank you.
All right, you want to tell me about it?
You mind closing the door?
All right. Right now, what's your problem, Mr. Marcus?
I told you it was personal.
Yes, I know.
I want to be sure I handle it right. I could get in a lot of trouble if I didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Been trying to figure out what to do about it for a week now and couldn't find the right answer. That's why I came here. You guys should know.
All right, now, if you'll just tell me what's bothering you, we might be able to do something for you.
Uh-huh. A whole week and no answer. I sure hope you got it for me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Marcus, but if you don't tell me what this is all about, there's nothing we can do.
Well, it's nothing big, just a personal problem. I just want to know how to handle it.
All right, go ahead.
I killed a woman.
10:18 a.m. We got the name of the woman Paul Marcus said that he'd murdered. We also obtained a description of the victim, and Frank went down the hall to missing persons to see if a report had been filed on her. I waited with the suspect.
It's a personal problem. You know how to handle it. I wasn't sure. That's why I came to you.
All right, where did you meet this Lorraine Farrell?
San Francisco.
How long ago?
A couple of weeks. I just knew her a little while before it happened. Just a couple of weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Fisherman's Wharf.
What's that?
Fisherman's Wharf. That's where I met her in San Francisco. I was on a vacation. 2 weeks with pay, and I went to San Francisco. Fisherman's Wharf. That's where I met Lorraine.
All right, go ahead.
Well, I was down there sitting on the dock looking at the boats, just sitting there eating prawns. You know how they cook them in those great big pots?
Yeah.
Well, I was just sitting there eating prawns, and I met her.
Well, where'd you kill her?
Look, you got to let me tell this in my own way, or I'm not going to tell you at all. It's got to be right so you'll understand. Now, if you don't get it right, the whole thing's gone wrong. See, it's a real personal thing. Well, I was just sitting there eating prawns, eating them and throwing the little tail pieces down in the water. You know how you do. Watching them kind of float around. And kind of all of a sudden, she was right there sitting just alongside of me. You ever see her before? I never laid eyes on her till then. All right, go ahead. We both sat there for a minute, and then we started to talk. Just little things like nice weather and how long you've been in San Francisco, things like that. You know how you do. How old did you say the feral woman was? 19, turned 19 the 5th of August. All right. She was born there, you know, in San Francisco. She told me about it when we were talking, how she was born there and grew up there. Yeah. Told me all about the schools she went to, how she used to play on Strawberry Island and Stowe Lake. You ever been there? Yes, sir. It's kind of a beautiful place, you know. They got those rowboats, and you paddle around the lake, and right in the middle is this island, Strawberry Island. There's all those swans that swim around. You can feed them. Real beautiful Strawberry Island. Tell me something, Marcus. You ever been in the hospital? Huh? You ever had any mental care? Been under the supervision of a psychiatrist, maybe? You think I'm crazy, don't you? No, just ask you a question. Well, I'm not. I've never been to a doctor. I'm telling you the truth. You'll see. All right, you want to go ahead? I guess you get a lot of crackpots in here telling you all kinds of phony stories, huh? The doors are wide open all night. I guess you get a lot of them. But I'm not a crackpot. I'm telling you the truth. I did kill her. But it's important you know why I did it. I got to tell you the right way. If I don't, none of it's going to be any good. When'd you kill her? September 1st. That's the day we left. September 1st. That'd be a week ago today, huh? Yeah, September 1st.
Joe?
Yeah.
See you a minute.
All right. Just a minute, Marcus.
All right, what do you got?
Well, I checked missing persons. Yeah. I got a report on the girl. Same name, description matches.
When'd she disappear?
September 1st.
Well, that fits in with what he told us.
Yeah, but there's something that doesn't.
What's that?
She's 16 years old.
Each year, there are hundreds of citizens who walk into the nearest police station and confess to some sort of crime. Some have actually happened, others have occurred only in the mind of the person confessing. No matter how wild the confession, how implausible the details of the crime, each report has to be checked out. To doctors, such cases are clinical, but to the working detective, they're the cause of a lot of legwork and a great deal of checking. They cost the taxpayer untold man-hours and investigating time, and many times result in nothing. Because of his attitude and his reluctance to give us the complete story all at once, it appeared that Paul Marcus might be one of these people. The fact that he named the girl who was missing meant little, since it was possible for him to have read the story in the newspaper. The only way we had of being sure was to continue the interrogation. 10:34 a.m.
She told me she wanted to get away from home. That's what she told me, how it was rough for her there, and she wanted to get away.
That's when you said you'd bring her down here, is that right?
Oh, no, I didn't even suggest it. The whole thing was her idea.
She brought it up?
Yes. You see, after that first day on Fisherman's Wharf, I saw her several times. Almost every day we'd meet someplace and talk.
Where would you meet her?
Well, sometimes in one of the hotel bars. Once we met out at the Steinhardt Aquarium. We met on the rotunda there. You know where they have the big pool and all the alligators swimming around? You know where? Well, we met there once, and we walked over to the place where they have the band concerts right across the way where the band plays, only they weren't there that day. Wasn't anybody there, just Lorraine and me. We sat on the benches and talked. That's when she said she wanted to go with me.
To Los Angeles, huh?
Yeah. That's where I was going, and she wanted me to take her.
She came right out and asked you?
Sure. Told me how it was hard for her at home, and she wanted to get away. She told me she had friends here. Said she could stay with them until she got things straightened out. You know, get a job and a place of her own. Well, she was going to do that, get a place of her own and a job, and then she'd be all right.
You ever meet her parents?
No, I never went to the house. She told me where it was, though, someplace out by the Twin Peaks Tunnel. I didn't know where exactly. She didn't want me to go out there. Said it would only cause her more trouble. That's why I'd meet her in town.
You ever meet any of her friends up in San Francisco?
Yeah, just once. We were in a drugstore on Market Street having a sandwich. We were just sitting there, and she was telling me how it was bad for her at home, and a girl came in. Looked like she was a schoolgirl. You know how I mean, young? Well, she came in and talked to Lorraine, then they went over to the phone booths and talked.
You didn't actually meet the girl?
No. Lorraine said if I did, the girl might say something to Lorraine's parents, and that would cause trouble.
You know this girl's name?
I think it was Grace. I'm not sure, but I think it was Grace.
When'd you leave San Francisco?
Wednesday morning, September 1st. I wanted to get back in time to get some rest before I had to go to work. You know, my vacation was up, and I had to go back to work. Where'd you pick up the girl? Wasn't a pickup. I was sitting on Fisherman's Wharf, eating prawns and looking at the boats, and we started to talk. Wasn't a pickup. We just got friendly.
No, Marcus, he means that where'd you pick up the girl when you left for Los Angeles?
Oh, I thought you meant when I met her the first time. That's what I thought. I met her out at the tunnel.
Where's that?
Well, you know where Castro Street runs into Market, where the L car comes in from the beach? That's where I met her. She came from home, had her suitcase and all, and she came out in the old car.
All right, go ahead.
Well, she got off the streetcar, got into my car, and we left for Los Angeles. Where'd you kill her?
Los Angeles.
I told you before, if I don't tell it my way, it isn't going to work. You're not going to understand. It's got to be my way.
All right, go ahead, Mark.
Well, it was a beautiful day, just the kind of a day you want when you're going on a drive. You know how I mean, clear and the sunshine.
Yeah.
Well, that's what kind of a day it was. You could see all across the bay over to Berkeley and way up north was real clear.
You want to go ahead with your story?
Mr. Friday?
Mm-hmm.
My way?
Yes, all right, go ahead.
All right. We drove all day, stopped for lunch at a place near San Luis Obispo, a little lunch stand there. Had a French dip sandwich with one of the best I ever had. The meat was real lean, and they didn't sop up the bun with the gravy, just the right amount. One of the best I ever ate.
Mm-hmm.
Lorraine liked them, too. She didn't like the bread all sopped up with gravy.
You go ahead. What happened after you had lunch?
Well, we left there and drove on. We got down to around Malibu. I guess it was really before that where the divided highway is up the coast. You know where the cliffs are?
Yeah, well,
Well, we stopped. She was such a beautiful night, I just wanted to sit there and look at the ocean. People don't take time anymore.
what happened then?
We just sat there, had a cigarette and talked. That's when I told her. First time I ever said it.
What was that?
It's funny, I guess most fellas say it a lot. You know how I mean to a bunch of girls that never mean it?
Go ahead.
I told her. First time I said I loved her, and I told her that she didn't have to get a job, that I wanted to marry her and get her a house and all, and she wouldn't have no more trouble at home. How she'd have her own home and everything would be all right. I told her all that.
Yeah.
And that's when I knew, right then. You could divide the second in a million parts, and in one of the parts I knew I had to do it. Kill her? Yeah. You see, she didn't tell me the real reason. She lied to me. I knew I had to do it. So she wouldn't lie to anyone else. You can understand that. You can see why I had to do it.
Well, maybe you better tell us.
Well, it was all a lie, all about the family being mean to her. All that was a lie. She just wanted to get to Los Angeles because she wanted to meet some other fella here. That's why. She lied about the family, and that's why she did it. So you see, I had to kill her. I had to.
How'd you kill her?
Huh?
I said, how did you kill her?
We got out of the car and walked over to the cliffs. We could see right down to the ocean. We just stood there. I just hit her. She fell down. It was quiet. So I pushed her over into the water.
Mm-hmm. What'd you do then, Marcus?
I got in the car and drove home.
You just left her there, huh?
Certainly. There wasn't anything I could do for her.
You point out the place where all this happened?
Well, sure. It's up the coast where the highway's divided, north of Malibu. It's real easy to find.
Anybody else around?
You mean when I hit her?
That's right.
No, we were all alone. I didn't see anybody, just the two of us.
All right, Marcus, you willing to give us a statement on all this?
You mean what I just told you? Yeah. Well, sure. You want me to tell all about it again?
We'll call in the stenographer.
So you can write it down, huh?
That's the idea.
Well, sure, I'll tell her.
Tell me something, Marcus. When did you get out of the hospital?
I told you before, I was never in one. You guys sure make it tough, don't you?
What's that?
I came in here because I wanted to tell you about Lorraine. I wanted you to know so you wouldn't think it was my fault, that's all. So you wouldn't think it was my fault, and now you don't believe me. You think I'm just another crackpot trying to sell a phony story. You guys sure make it tough.
We gotta be sure.
Well, I'm telling you the truth. I want you to believe me. I want you to believe me.
Yeah, we're beginning to. A statement was taken from the suspect, and he was booked in at the main jail on a charge of suspicion of violation of Section 187 PC, murder. We sent a teletype to San Francisco, and we contacted Inspectors Ed Vandervoort and John O'Hare of Homicide Detail. We filled them in and asked that they check out the suspect's story on their end. We also asked that they send us all available information on the missing girl, and that they check with her family and try to get a list of any known associates that she might have had in the Los Angeles area. Frank and I checked out of the office at 7:48 p.m. and we went home for the night. The following morning at 9:23 a.m., Inspector Vandervoort from San Francisco called back. Uh-huh. Yeah. When was that, Ed? Wait a minute. All right, yeah, I got it. How about friends down here? I said, how about friends down here? Mm-hmm. Oh, I see. Well, it should be here this afternoon then. Right. Yeah, we'll check them out. No, that's on the way. We put it in the mail for you last. Well, you should have it by now then. Okay, right. Right, Ed, thanks very much. We'll be checking with you. Right. Bye. How about it? Well, they checked the family and the friends, the place where Marcus said he stayed up there. Yeah, Marcus' story checks out all the way.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action. One of the biggest comedy hits of the year.
Oh, dude.
That's how the movie critics are describing Bob Hope's latest Paramount picture, Casanova's Big Night. Like so many other millions of smokers, Bob and Audrey Dalton, who appears with him in the picture, say Chesterfields for me. First, Audrey Dalton.
I changed to Chesterfield king size because I think it's better than any other king size cigarette.
Bob Hope says 5 years. That's how long I've been smoking Chesterfields. And they have what it takes to satisfy me. What's more, I've seen how they make Chesterfields down in their Durham factory, and I wouldn't smoke any other cigarette. Try Chesterfields yourself. You'll find they're best for you, too. Yes, either way, regular or king size, smoke America's most popular two-way cigarette. Join the thousands now changing to Chesterfield.
Common and go.
In the phone conversation, we learned that all of Lorraine Farrell's friends and relatives had been interviewed and their stories checked with the one given us by the suspect, Marcus. The girl and Paul Marcus had been seen together in the Bay City. The desk clerk at the hotel where the suspect had stayed verified the date that he checked out. It was the same day Lorraine Farrell disappeared. The officers in San Francisco were able to contact the girl the suspect had referred to as Grace. She recalled seeing a man answering Marcus' description with the missing Farrell girl. Frank and I spent the rest of the day checking on the suspect. We talked to the people he worked with. They described Marcus as being moody and withdrawn.
Imagine this guy's cellmate.
Her description of the suspect's attitude was the same that we'd gotten before. We thoroughly searched Marcus's apartment, and in a desk drawer we found a loose-leaf notebook with several pages of penciled notes describing the trip that he'd taken up to San Francisco. On one of the pages, at the back of the book, we found a lengthy letter to a Lorraine, in which Marcus apologized to the girl for killing her, but he went on to explain that he had no choice. We booked this evidence. The following morning, Friday, September 10th, Frank and I drove down to the beach and we talked to the people in the vicinity where the suspect said the murder had occurred. We found an elderly couple who lived in a trailer on the beach. They recalled having seen two people answering the description of the suspect and the missing girl on the night that the murder occurred. We drove back to the main jail and we signed out Marcus. We took him down to the car and we drove him out to the beach. We turned up the highway and told him to let us know when we came to the place where he killed the Farrell girl.
Sure you know where the place is, Marcus? Yeah, I remember. It's just up the road a little bit. Just keep right on going. You'll find it.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see it now. There's kind of a parking place and a couple of trees. Eucalyptus, I think. There's two of them on the side of the parking place. You can't miss them. It's right ahead there on the left. There, you see?
Yeah. We're pulling, Frank.
Okay. Just look at all those cars. Everybody's in such a hurry they never see anything, just like they had blinders on.
You sure this is the place?
I told you, didn't I? No reason to say a thing like that if it wasn't true. Just pull right in there. That's it, right over there. Well, right here is where I parked when it happened. Maybe over there a little bit more, but right about here.
And the two of you just sat here for a few minutes, is that it?
Yeah. We just sat here and had a cigarette, then we got out of the car and walked over to the edge of the cliff.
All right, come on. Show us.
Sure. So you'll believe me, I'll show you.
It's 250.
Now we stood right over there. Right there, and I told her I was in love with her and wanted to marry her.
Now you stay here. Just point out where you were.
You think I might try to jump off, don't you? That's what you think, isn't it?
You just show us, huh?
Wouldn't do that. There's no reason to. I don't know why you wouldn't agree that I had to do it. I didn't have any other way to do it.
Where were you when you hit her?
Right there, in that clump of grass. We stood there and looked down at the ocean, and she told me about this other guy. That's when I hit her. She fell down right about there.
Where'd you push her off the cliff?
There, right where I hit her. She was lying there. I guess she hit her head on something, and she was real quiet. I just rolled her over the edge. It was right there. There, you see where the rocks are kind of worn?
Go and take a look. Yeah. No, you wait here.
Gee, if I'd have known it was going to be this hard to get it straightened out, I don't think I'd have started the thing. When am I going to get out of jail?
That isn't up to us.
Well, then I want to talk to the people who it's up to. I got to tell them about Lorraine, how she lied to me and why I had to kill her. As soon as they hear the story, they'll understand. They got to realize that there wasn't any other way.
How's it look? Well, I found this caught in the branch just over the edge. No, it's a girl's handkerchief. Read the name on it. Yeah. Lorraine. Friday, September 10th, 3:46 p.m. We contacted the crime lab and asked them to come out and go over the scene. Officers stood by so that any physical evidence would not be disturbed until Lieutenant Lee Jones and his men had an opportunity to go over it. Frank and I, along with the suspect, drove back to town where we made arrangements with the city lifeguard service to search for the body. The following morning, a boat equipped with diving gear left Santa Monica Harbor and took a course north. Experienced deep-sea divers searched the crevices in the rocks beneath the cliffs. All of the sea bordering the vicinity was gone over. There was no trace of a body. The shoreline on either side of the murder spot was checked. Still no trace of the missing girl. In the meantime, 2 additional teams of men were assigned to check out the friends of Lorraine Farrell. They carried pictures of Paul Marcus and attempted to dig out any information on the suspect and the missing girl. 6:42 p.m., Sunday. We called the main jail and asked that the suspect be brought to the city hall for additional questioning.
I had a reason to do what I did, a good reason. Now you let me talk to the responsible people around here and I'll have them tell you. I'm getting a little tired of being shoved around. You just bring in the boss and let me talk to him.
What day did you say that you left San Francisco?
September 1st.
I thought it was the 2nd.
The 1st.
You said you left in the afternoon, is that right?
In the morning, and you remember it. I don't know what all these questions are for. I told you I killed Lorraine. I walked in here and told you there's no reason for all this McGilla. Just no reason.
Where'd you hide the body?
I didn't hide it.
Well, where is it?
I told you I put her in the ocean.
We haven't been able to find her.
Well, then you're not looking good. I told you the truth all along the line. I've told you.
You sure you didn't make a mistake about where all this happened?
Not a chance in the world. Right there by the parking place where the 2 trees are.
Well, maybe you just thought you left her there.
I know it.
Had you been drinking when you killed her?
No. We stopped and had a couple of beers on the way. Just a couple, not enough to get drunk.
But you did have something to drink.
Well, sure, but not enough to get drunk on.
How many beers you have?
2, maybe 3.
All right, which was it? 2 or 3?
Well, what difference does it make?
Were you drunk?
No.
How about the girl? Was she drunk?
No.
You sure about that?
Yes, I'm sure. What are you trying to do? What difference does it make? Maybe we did have more than a couple, but what difference does it make?
Just trying to get things straight. We want to be sure we got the right story.
Well, you have.
All right. How about a cigarette, huh?
Yeah, thanks.
Frank? Yeah, thanks. Here, I got a match.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't light his, too. That's bad.
What do you mean?
3 on a match. It's bad.
It isn't.
Well, sure, you never do that. Here.
Thanks. You got right home after you killed the Farrell girl, huh?
Yeah. I drove right down the highway and went home. Traffic was kind of heavy. I thought about it. All those people all hurrying around, not taking any time.
Anybody see you when you came home?
What do you mean?
Well, anybody see you park the car, go into her apartment?
Well, no, there wasn't anybody around.
Now, you said when you met the girl up in San Francisco that she had a suitcase with her, is that right?
Yeah, she did. Artificial leather with real leather binding.
Where is it now?
Huh?
What'd you do with her suitcase?
Well, I don't know. I don't remember it.
We couldn't find it in your room.
Well, you didn't have no right to go through my room. No right at all.
We didn't find the suitcase. Where is it?
Well, I don't know.
Did you put it with a body?
Well, I might have.
Where?
I don't know. I don't remember. I hit her. She lied to me and I hit her. Then I pushed her into the ocean. That's all I know. And that's all I'm going to tell you.
Joe, see you in a minute. Yeah, sure. What do you got, Al?
We found the girl.
Where?
She's sitting in the squad room.
Frank stayed with the suspect in the interrogation room, and I went with Sergeant Al Olivas up to the office. Sitting at one of the tables was a small girl with jet black hair. As we came into the room, she was putting on lipstick. She glanced over at us, and then she went back to what she was doing. There wasn't any doubt about it. The girl in the squad room was Lorraine Farrell. She dyed her hair, and she had on a lot of makeup. But it was the missing girl.
Joe, this is Miss Farrell, Joe Friday.
How do you do?
Hi.
Where'd you find her, Al?
Friend up in Eagle Rock. Says she's been there for a week.
Thanks, Al.
Right.
You seen the papers lately, Miss Farrell?
Yeah, I read the funny.
You ought to read the front page. You've been on them.
All right?
Mm-hmm. We've got a lot of policemen out looking for you.
They probably needed the exercise anyway.
There's a man down the hall who thinks that he killed you.
That creep, Paul?
Yeah, Paul Marcus, that's his name.
Real creep. I was glad to get away from him. Well, I guess he tried to get me about our home. What a baloney. He's a real creep. You ought to keep an eye on him. He's going to work one of these days.
Is that so?
Yeah. He drove me down here, and when I told him I didn't want to have anything to do with it, he got real sore, started yelling. Creep.
Where'd all this happen, miss?
Out by Malibu. Road out there. He stopped the car and gave me all the stuff about wanting to marry me. I was in love with me. Big deal. Said I was the first girl I ever said that to. Big deal.
What happened then?
I told him I didn't want no part of it. Don't get lost.
16.
Thanked him for the ride and don't get lost. He flipped. bad. He flipped. I took off, got a ride, came into town. I got this girlfriend, Eagle Rock. I've been out there. You ever watched that guy, though?
Mm-hmm. How old did you tell him that you were?
I don't know. Forget. I think 19, something like that. Forget.
Mm-hmm.
He confessed to killing me, huh?
That's right.
Flip, he's a wig.
Let's take a walk, huh?
Where?
Come on.
Sure. I've got nothing to lose. Can you guys drive me back to Eagle Rock tonight? I got a date. I gotta be back pretty quick.
You're not going to go back to Eagle Rock.
Who said so?
We're going to have to hold you.
For what? I haven't done anything.
When you're a minor, we've got a missing report filed on you. Your folks are pretty worried.
They're always worrying about something. There ain't nothing for them to worry about, then they worry about that.
Well, it doesn't make any difference. We're going to have to hold you.
You just try it, cop. You just try it. You'll find out you got more trouble than you came in 1-1.
In here. This is Lorraine Farrell, Officer Smith.
Well,
Lorraine.
Hi, creep.
I didn't mean to do it. You know that. I didn't really mean to do it, but there wasn't any other way.
What's the plan? You know what he's talking about?
He thinks he killed you.
Wait.
I didn't think I'd ever see you again. I didn't think I would. But I want you to know one thing, Lorraine.
What's that?
I forgive you for lying.
I told you it happened.
Yeah, come on.
Where to?
We'll take you to the office and call a policewoman.
Send it I can, huh?
The juvenile hall. Come on, let's go. I'll take her job, Brian.
Bye, Paul.
Bye, Lorraine. I'm not mad at you anymore.
You know, I was worried.
Sergeant?
Yeah.
I want you to know how I appreciate it.
Yeah, what's that?
What you tried to do, I think was real fine, thanks.
I don't know what you mean.
You didn't fool me a bit.
Huh?
I know I killed her.
The story you've just heard is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent. On October 4th, the hearing was held in Department 98, Superior Court, State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that hearing. Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. Earlier, George Fenneman told you exactly why the Chesterfield you smoke today is the best cigarette ever made. And best for you. Now, the rest is up to you.
Lungs through the white purifying filter.
Is that it's not a topic that everyone else is understanding yet, so we need to open up the idea for the rest of the show. That's a little radio inside scoop there for you. So you trust me on that, and I look forward to hearing your comments coming up, because we are going to talk about that in short order. Okay?
I'm not offended at all. Thank you.
Wonderful. I appreciate the contribution as always. 877-399-9898. More calls, more texts, always welcome here. And we do love the contribution for sure. One of those radio moments where got to deliver it all in order so it makes sense for everybody. So, but I am going to take Derek's cue, because Derek does have a good cue. Should Rock and Roll Hall of Fame be changed to Music Hall of Fame? 877-399-9898. Derek raises a great question. Let's find out what you think. In the meantime, we've got to check in with Matt's Moondial Malt Beer, since we're naming all this show. That was a great text. Thank you, Larry. Well, how's the Moondial Malt,
Justin
Matt?
Trudeau is trying to call in.
Yeah, let me just see what's up here.
Drama teacher.
Hey, Moondial! Hey!
He's yelling.
Hey!
You can do blackface and brownface.
Hey, what's your favorite Whitney Houston song? Is it The Greatest Love of All?
Uh-oh.
Or is it I Want to Dance with Somebody?
I do.
That was me.
Or is it always...
M Filters, the one filter tips. Hey.
Dope peddlers.
U.S. is supported by Weaver, a national CPA and advisory firm that firmly believes that when you put people first, the numbers follow. Weaver, accounting for more than numbers, Weaver.com, and Progressive Insurance, to name your price to it, offering a range of coverage and price options to choose from. Now that's Progressive. More at Progressive.com or 1-800.
And best filter tip cigarette.
There better be a suspense or an X1. You better have like 2 suspenses and 3 X1s. So some people wrote X-1 instead of X-1, and they just kept it that way.
Hear Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune following John Cameron Swayze and the news on the NBC Radio Network.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
Is there like a train spotting effect going on around this neighborhood?
Now, as gunshots echo across the wind-swept, snow-covered reaches of the wild Northwest, Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice, the breakfast.
You're selling junk food. Wow.
BBC News with David Harper. The security forces in Myanmar have detained one of Aung San Suu Kyi's most senior advisors as protests continue in the wake of last week's coup. Ms. Suu Kyi's party said Chaw Tee Sway and 4 others were arrested overnight. A UN envoy described the move as deeply troubling. Japanese media say the head of the Tokyo Olympics Committee is stepping down 5 months before the Games are due to begin. Yoshiro Mori is expected to announce his resignation on Friday after being
King as they meet the challenge of the Yukon. Here's the breakfast that brings cheers from coast to coast. The breakfast that wins praise from many a He-Man Hollywood movie star, too. It's well-tasting Quaker puffed rice or Quaker puffed wheat with milk and fruit. These king-size, ready-to-serve premium grains of rice or wheat are shot from guns. Yes, actually exploded up to 8 times normal size to make them crisp and tender as nuts in November. Tomorrow, sure, try this thrifty deluxe breakfast treat. You'll cheer, too, for Quaker puffed rice or Quaker puffed wheat. Lightning split the heavens, and thunder echoed from the hills. Rain came down in torrents in one of the heaviest spring storms that part of the Yukon had ever known. Despite the storm, and despite the fact that it was well past midnight, 2 men worked by lantern light just inside the entrance to a tunnel halfway up a hillside.
Hurry up, Oregon. Hurry up and get that digging done so I can set this blasting pipe.
Yeah, you take the pick, Trigger. You don't like the way I'm digging, you dig it yourself.
You didn't get sore about it.
Yeah. But not to make anybody sore, working on a night like this.
This guy here in the tunnel.
We gotta get back to town. We'll be half drowned by the time we get there. Well, maybe that hole's deep enough.
Let me see. Yeah, that'll do. Give me a hand with this keg. Roll it right in there, and the blast will be set.
But what's the plan? What's Calhoun after? This old mine was worked out when Calhoun bought the property.
Yeah. Calhoun sure got stuck with it.
Does he aim to start operations again?
Not exactly, but he does aim to cash in. You see, he just found out that Doc Forsythe has $10,000 cash money.
Oh.
That's what he's after. Now, let's get that keg in place here.
The storm raged on through the night. It was around 3 o'clock in the morning when Sergeant Preston and his great dog King found the hillside cabin. Both had traveled far that day. They were nearly exhausted, and the cabin, though crude, was much to be preferred over an additional hour of wading through ankle-deep mud to reach the town. In the cabin, Sergeant Preston found dry underclothing in his waterproof pack and put it on. He hung his sodden uniform before the fire to dry, then lay on a straw pallet and went to sleep. The fire burned down to glowing embers and the storm subsided. King wakened at daybreak, but when he saw his master still asleep, he went back. There was no cause for alarm, no reason to sense the grim peril that impended. High on the side of Rock Mountain, 3 men reined up near the mouth of the old tunnel. 2 of the 3 had been there the night before.
All right, boys, get going. Come on, Oregon. Let's shoot off the fireworks.
Right. Race Calhoun, handsomely dressed and coolly confident, sat in his saddle and watched. In a moment, an explosion rocked the ground and jarred Sergeant Preston and his dog from sleep. Rocks of every size pounded the side of the cabin as the Mountie hurried to the window. Looking out, he saw the rain of stone that threatened to engulf the cabin.
We better get out of here, King.
A rock as large as a man's head bounced through the window, striking Preston a glancing blow on the temple. As the Mountie fell unconscious to the floor, a boulder larger than the others struck the cabin squarely, and the weakened side collapsed, bringing down the rafters and the roof. Race Calhoun, high up on the hill, was unconcerned about the cabin's destruction.
Good work, boys. Now shoot the gold dust into that newly exposed ground. I'll go back to town and get Doc Forsythe. Right.
Get up there. Come on. Calhoun found Doc Forsythe sitting on the small porch of his home.
Doc, for a good many years, you've wanted to build a little hospital here in Bald Rock.
Well, you know how it is, Calhoun. Folks around here need a hospital. Just a little one where I could take care of 3 or 4 people that are down with serious ailments. But money's scarce. That is money for a hospital.
Well, Doc, this morning, bright and early, a couple of my men were investigating my gold claim on Rock Mountain.
You sure got stuck with that piece of real estate, didn't you, Calhoun?
I thought I was, but it's proved different.
No. You don't mean to say you've struck it rich?
I'll leave that for you to decide. Now, let's saddle your horse. I'll show you gold to be had for the taking.
The kindly old doctor accompanied Race Calhoun to Rock Mountain, where he was shown fresh earth in which tiny specks of gold gleamed.
There she is, Doc. Now we'll just shovel up some of that stuff and take it in for an assay. And you can judge for yourself whether or not this claim's going to be a good buy for you.
And we'll see, Calhoun.
A couple of 100 yards downhill in the ruins of the shack, the great dog King nuzzled the face and shoulders of Sergeant Preston, who lay flat on the earthen floor, pinned down by heavy timbers. There was but little space beneath the roof that had fallen to a crazy angle.
I guess I'm pinned down. Heavy timber across my back. I can't move it. Need help, King. Got help. Understand me, fella? Help. More, King. Bark some more. I'm sure I saw men higher on the hill just before that rock got me. That's it, King. Keep barking.
The barks were heard by Calhoun and Doc Forsythe near the tunnel. Accompanied by Trigger and Oregon, they hurried down to the wrecked building.
Yeah, right here. Man peeked under the wreckage. How'd you get here?
Caught the storm last night. Shelter here.
Let me see what's holding you down.
There's a rafter, part of the roof, across my back.
I see you. I think we can lift her up enough to get you out.
Now, be careful, Doc. It won't take much more to bring down the rest of this roof.
You two will see if you can raise this beam an inch or so. Use this hunk of wood as a lever.
Here, I'll get out of your way and make room so you can work.
Go ahead, Calhoun. Now you two, after.
Come on, Trigger. Right.
Watch it. The rest of the roof is left. Easy now. There, now I have you. Come on, Trigger. She's going to collapse.
Never mind me.
Wait, I'll get you out. Come on. There we are. Come on now. Let's go to the road. Come on. Oh, that was a narrow escape. We just got out of there in time.
Hey, Doc. What's the matter with the stranger? Has he lost consciousness?
Yes, he seems to have had a blow on the head. I suppose his outer clothing is inside the ruins there. Be pretty hard to get it out.
Well, what'll we do with him?
Get him to my place.
Doc, we were just going to take some samples from that mine to be assayed.
Ask the boys to shovel up a sack full of the ore while I get this man ready to be moved.
All right, Doc. You boys go fill that sack with ore. Step lively, huh?
Okay, boss.
The drama of life or death was written in Dr. Forsythe's home during the next few days. King remained at the bedside, looking up hopefully each time his master stirred. And then one morning, the Mountie opened his eyes and spoke for the first time in more than a week. The first time since the doctor had brought him to the house.
King, old fella. Where are we, boy?
I thought I heard you speaking. I'm the doctor's wife, Dr. Forsythe. He brought you here a week ago.
A week ago? I remember. Sleeping in a cabin on the side of Rock Mountain. Awakened by a blast. Looked out the window. That's all I can remember.
There was a landslide that knocked the cabin down on top of you. They got you out before it collapsed completely. What's your name?
Preston. My dog's name is King.
If it hadn't been for you, the doctor wouldn't have been taken in by Race Calhoun.
Your husband taken in by Race Calhoun?
Yes. $10,000 the doctor inherited from his brother. The poor man, he had hoped to double or triple the money so he could realize his life's ambition, build a little hospital here in Bald Rock. If it hadn't been for that, he wouldn't have listened to Calhoun in the first place and lost his money.
Well, what did Calhoun do?
Sold the doctor a salted gold mine.
Oh.
He took the doctor there and showed him a sample of ore that had gold in it. Said a new deposit had been uncovered by the blast. DSA showed it to be good ore.
So your husband bought the property?
Yes, for $10,000.
Where is Race Calhoun?
Left town, Mr. Preston. He's over in Whitehorse with the schemers that helped him put over his deal.
Whitehorse, eh? Oh, you called me Mr. Preston.
Yes, you told me a few minutes ago that was your name.
Why, yes, but... where are my clothes?
Well, I guess they're still buried in the ruins of the shack.
Oh.
The doctor put one of his nightshirts on you and said you could borrow some of his clothes when you're able to get up. If you can get your own out from beneath the smashed-up cabin, I'll clean them up for you.
You and the doctor are very kind. Oh, weaker than I thought.
The doctor said you can't get up for several days.
Well, I gotta be out of bed by tomorrow. I have a lot to do. The sooner I get started, the better.
Sergeant Preston's strength returned rapidly. But he was still weak the next day when he sat on the veranda of Dr. Forsythe's home and became acquainted with the many friends of the kindly physician who stopped to pass the time of day. Wearing the borrowed clothing of the doctors, there was nothing to show his connection with the mounted police. It was the morning of the third day when, at Preston's request, Mark Ashton and Joe Mitchell, two of the doctor's friends, joined Preston for a meeting.
Right on time, gentlemen. Glad to see you.
Well, you're looking almost fit again, Mr. Preston. Sure do. Hi there, King.
If men don't mind, we'll sit here on the porch.
It's me. One season's plenty short. It's good sense to make the most of it.
I want to finish our meeting before the doctor returns from his calls. Men, he needs help. He needs lots of help.
I'll do anything in the world for Doc. You can have anything I've got. Which ain't much. Same goes for me.
You heard how Calhoun swindled him.
That ornery polecat. If he hadn't got out of town, we'd have ridden him out on a rail. If I wasn't so dead broke, I might help by paying Doc something for all the times he's taken care of my family. Me too.
You could probably find 30 or 40 men in town who are just as deeply indebted to the doctor as you are.
We sure could. Trouble is, we're all broke. It's been a hard year.
Those men can repay the doctor without cash.
Oh, what's that?
Well, I've been here in this house and been thinking of various ways to get back Dr. Forsythe's money. I think I have a plan that will need a lot of men to help.
Well, you just tell us what's to be done, Mr. Preston. We'll get the men to do it.
Get the men together and tell them we're going to work in Dr. Forsythe's tunnel.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Goodness gracious, what goes on here? Look at the strange-looking fellow that's just dropped into the studio. I must say, I've never seen anyone quite like him. He must be 9 feet tall.
I am 9 feet 2 inches tall.
Well, just who are you?
I am the man from Mars.
Us in high school, but I think he dabbled in and out of stock trading. But I think during the pandemic, he actually started trading more options, which I'm sure we all know that it's just a more leveraged, much riskier way of trading. That's kind of the problem that happened when one day he found out that the multi-step options trade he was executing, he noticed that there was a negative balance of more than $700,000 in his account. But it was really sad because it was only sort of a temporary negative balance that showed up in his account. The trade hasn't really been cleared or resolved yet. I think just the day after he took his own life, Robinhood resolved the trade and he actually didn't really own any money.
For our listeners who have not heard of Robinhood, tell us a little bit about it, because it's become incredibly popular because it's a way to trade without paying commissions, isn't it?
Yes, the app Robinhood, it basically epitomized sort of this retail trading boom in the U.S. in 2020, but it was also sort of the leader in the move towards zero commission trading in the U.S. as well.
There are people who are saying a lot of these amateur investors are inexperienced. They could end up losing huge sums of money, that we could unfortunately have more cases like Alex's. What do people want to be put in place on tools like Robinhood to make sure that this doesn't happen?
So in the U.S., the regulators have actually taken some action with
blue or what you want to do. It's still the same surprise. Earlier, late. So I don't know. I suppose it is better than a pea on a stick party, which just gets weird. I'm Shane Hewitt. It's The Shift. We'll be right back.
We're pulling an all-nighter all across Canada. It's The Shift with Shane Hewitt.
Men working from sunrise to sunset, and each day after that the same. By the end of several days, the tunnel in the mountainside had been greatly expanded, and the men were still at work. Then one night, in a small room which had been turned over to him during his period of convalescence, Sergeant Preston wrote a lengthy note. He read it carefully, then folded it and turned to King, lying on the floor beside the writing table.
King. That was the solution last year. Blood from one person.
It's up to you to deliver this message, boy. What if you can do it? It's a longer trip than you've ever made alone. You'll have to go all the way to Whitehorse. Now listen, King. Andy Tavish. You know Tavish. You know him well. Tavish is the man in Whitehorse. Tavish is our friend. Remember now, Tavish. All right, fella. Go and let you out this window. On your way, boy. Go to Tavish.
Open the door.
King understood. He knew what was expected. He leaped through the window and ran a straight line toward the trail that headed to Whitehorse. Preston watched until the dog was swallowed by the darkness.
Now let's see what happens.
It was a long, hard trip to Whitehorse, over ground that melting snows had turned to sticky mud. It was afternoon when he stood exhausted in front of a small store in Whitehorse.
Shades of Roman. It's King. What's this on your collar, King? Well, may the heather never bloom again. It's a message.
Tavish grinned and chuckled as he read through Sergeant Preston's note. Then he read it a second time to make sure he thoroughly understood the bounty's strange request. When he had finished, he turned to King.
Well, King, it looks like I'm to pay a visit on that newcomer, Mr. Calhoun. But first I'm going to give you a good rub down and a square meal. Then you'll rest a wee bit before starting back to your master. I'll send him a note saying that Tavish will do as requested.
After King had been refreshed and started on the return trip, Tavish headed for the office Race Calhoun had established in Whitehorse. Oregon and Trigger were in the office with Calhoun. Oregon had been looking out the window.
Someone's coming to see you, Calhoun. See me? It's Tavish from the store.
Wonder what he wants of me.
Very good day to you.
Hello there, Tavish.
Do you mind if I step in?
Oh, not at all. I think you know my friends.
That I do.
How are you, Tavish? Oh, yeah. What can I do for you?
Well, I've been told that you own some mining land, but you've had no time to work it. Now, I thought maybe for a reasonable amount, I might buy into your claim, half interest, let us say, and take over the work and worry, starting operations.
Gosh, boss, it's too bad that you've... what? I was going to say it's too bad you don't have more time to work that gold mine.
Now, Calhoun, I'm a man of few words. Now, if you'd be interested in making a deal...
Tavish, I, too, am a man of few words. Can you raise $50,000?
Well, will it buy half interest in the gold mine?
It will.
Well, let us have an agreement in writing, so you don't back out of the deal. A half interest in your gold mine for $50,000.
We'll put that in writing at once.
Calhoun hurriedly prepared an agreement in a firm, bold hand. It was signed by both parties and witnessed by Oregon and Trigger. Then Tavish left.
Boss, you know, blame well you sold that gold mine to Doc Forsyth. By this time, Doc Forsyth has found out that he bought some worthless property. You'll be glad to get rid of it and get his $10,000 back.
Then you'll sell half interest with the Tavish for $50,000, eh?
All I got to say is this. Tavish isn't throwing $50,000 away on something he don't know about. I tell you, he's got something up his sleeve.
I don't care what he's got up his sleeve. As long as he's got $50,000 on my desk when I'm ready to close the deal with him. Get ready, boys. We're going to Bald Rock and call on Doc Forsyth as soon as I get my cash out of the strong box.
Calhoun and his pals lost no time. They set out immediately and traveled through the night. It was the following day, on their way to Bald Rock, that they passed the mountain. Their eyes went wide when they saw the extensive operations. Men were digging ore and shoveling it into wagons. Loaded wagons were strung out, heading southward over a gentle rise. Empty wagons were returning over the hill from the same direction.
Say, it's costing the doc plenty to hire all these men. All the confounded luck. He's uncovered a new vein, that's what's happened. I knew Tavish had something up his sleeve. He must have heard about this in some way. That's why he's willing to buy part interest in this claim. And he's got you tied up to an agreement, boss. I gotta get to Doc Forsythe right away. Come on, boys. Come on.
Sit right down, Mr. Calhoun. You and your friend sit right here. The doctor will be in just a minute.
Thank you, Mrs. Forsythe.
He's in the next room with the man who was hurt when that shack fell down, remember?
Oh, yes. How is he?
Oh, he's doing fine now. He's just as good as new. I just finished cleaning and fixing up his clothes. For his sakes, he had a time getting them out of the ruins of that shack.
I'll bet.
Well, Calhoun, I'm glad to see you.
Oh, howdy, Doc.
Frigate, Oregon.
Hey,
You know, Calhoun, I was sure surprised when you took $10,000 of my money for that Rock Mountain property.
Yes, it was rather an absurd amount, wasn't it?
It was a swindle, that's what it was.
Well, now,
But of course you figured on settling down in Whitehorse. I expect you were so anxious to get there, you didn't care much about things here in Bald Rock.
Doc, I've changed my plans. I'm coming back to Bald Rock.
Yeah?
Well, I thought if you hadn't started operations on the hillside, you might be willing to take back your $10,000 and call the deal off.
Call it off, you say?
Mm-hmm.
You mean give you back that property for $10,000?
Well,
Calhoun, there's enough rock in that hill to build the biggest hospital this side of the state. You saw the men at work. You saw the wagons moving the stuff.
Yes, Doc, of course. And now that you've begun work, why, 10,000 is hardly a suitable amount. But, well, after all, Forsythe, you're a doctor.
I'm not forgetting that, Calhoun. Just as soon as I get all I'll need to build my hospital, I aim to give up the work on Rock Mountain. Maybe then, if you want to buy back the place, it'll be for sale.
Well, now, that's likely to take some time. Doc, I have an idea.
Yeah?
Suppose I were to buy back that property for whatever you need to build your hospital.
Oh, it'd be a lot of money, Calhoun. More than $20,000.
Well, Doc, I'm a man who likes action. And I came here prepared to close the deal. Papers are all drawn up and ready to fill in the amount. I'll pay $25,000 for a claim on Rock Mountain.
Debtor's prison and
a
you
lot
still
of
don't
money.
pay.
Oh, doctor, you could go right ahead and build your hospital with that much money. And after all, that's what you want to do.
It's a good proposition, Doc. You're not a mining man, and I am.
All right, Calhoun, I'll take your proposition.
Good. I'll fill out the bill of sale and we'll close the deal right now.
Then picked up the money which had been counted out.
$25,000. Look at it, honey.
That's a lot of money.
It's a hospital, that's what it is. Now we can go ahead and build it, just as soon as the boys have the ground filled in and leveled for the foundation.
They're almost finished with the filling in.
What's that?
Yep, that's right, Calhoun. You saw them hauling rocks on your way here. Good thing we got all the rock we'll need before I sold that property back to you. Well, you might want to charge us thieving prices for it.
What's he talking about, Calhoun? Wait a minute, Forsythe. Those men on Rock Mountain were hauling gold ore.
Gold ore? Whatever gave you that idea?
You mean to say?
The only gold that was in Rock Mountain was the gold you put there with a gun. I told you it was a swindle.
But I understood it. Look, I was made to think that there was gold in that.
Yep, so was I, but there was no gold there, Calhoun. I reckon you know that as well as I do.
But I thought...
You thought there was gold there just because a lot of men were working. You must have had a pretty good deal in mind to pay me $25,000 so quick.
Well,
maybe a gent named Tavish offered to buy part interest in the gold mine.
Tavish? What do you know about Tavish?
Never mind how I know about him. Just take my word for it, gents. If you expect to sell part interest in a gold mine to Tavish, you'll have to produce gold ore.
That's right, boss. That's in the agreement. Oh, that's it. Now I understand the whole thing. You cooked up a deal with Tavish. If that hadn't have been for him, I never would have suspected there was gold there.
And if you hadn't been a crooked heart, you wouldn't have told Tavish the land was yours to sell.
Well, you're not going to get away with it, Doc. I'll take back that cash.
Oh, no, you won't.
Maybe this gun will have something to say about that. This gun? Now, hand it over, Doc, or I'll tell the boys to help themselves. And they might get rough about it.
Don't try it.
Who's that?
You put those guns away or I'll arrest you for attempted robbery.
You won't arrest anyone. Cover the Mountie, boys. You heard that, mister. You're covered. Hey, you're the man we hauled out of that shack that caved in.
That's right. You'd better put those guns away.
Don't you do it, boys. Keep him covered, and the doctor and his wife as well.
I'm taking back my money.
Calhoun, you deliberately set out to swindle Dr. Forsythe, and you didn't stop there. If you'd been honest and told Tavish that the doctor owned the Rock Mountain property, you wouldn't be in your present situation. You're a victim of your own scheme.
I'm not in any situation. The guns are on my side.
You helped the doctor rescue me from that shack, and for that I'm willing to give every possible benefit. Get out of here and go to Whitehorse, and we'll have no further trouble.
Maybe we'd better... Hold that gun steady, Oregon. I'll see if the Mounties armed.
You won't take my advice, Calhoun, so you'll have to take what comes.
Come on, King, you're in on this. This is for you, Calhoun.
Look out, that dog!
I'll take that gun.
It was a furious battle, though a short one. King charged one of the gunmen while the Mountie ducked low and tackled the other. Calhoun staggered, dazed with a sharp blow to the jaw. By the time he'd regained his balance, the fight was over.
That'll hold you.
Take this dog off! Take him off!
Down, King. On guard, boy.
Wait, listen!
Now I'm holding a gun, Calhoun, and you'll do the listening. What I said a few minutes ago still goes. Get out of this house and out of town. If I hear of any more shady deals on your part, you'll get no leniency. That goes for you, too.
There was no trouble.
How it go as soon as you give me my gun? You'll go without your gun. How about that, King?
I'm going, me too. Wait for your gun. So I no more of this deal.
What about you, Calhoun?
I gather from what you said, Doc, that you know about an agreement that I had with Tavish.
I sure do.
Tavish won't be interested in buying half interest in the tunnel on Rock Mountain. Calhoun, you can write this off as a swindle that backfired.
I guess I can.
Thank goodness he's gone. Oh, Sergeant Preston, I don't know how we can ever thank you.
Calhoun sure got what he deserved. Thanks to you.
Well, Doc, you got what you deserved. Thanks primarily to King. Yes, King, old fella. Thanks to the way you summoned help when I was trapped. Thanks to your trip to Whitehorse with a message for Tavish, this case is closed.
In just a moment, Sergeant Preston will give you a preview of Friday's program. Say, if you can't make up your mind which you like best, Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice, here's what you do. Don't miss out on either kind of these delicious, ready-to-serve cereals. Always keep a supply of both kinds on hand. Eat Quaker Puffed Wheat one time, Quaker Puffed Rice the next. Wheat or rice shot from guns is never sold in bags or bulk. Be sure to look for the big red and blue package with the smiling Quaker man on the front. That's the only way to get the original, crisp, fresh Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice. These radio dramas, a feature of the Challenge of the Yukon Incorporated, are created and produced by George W. Trendle and directed by Fred Flowerday. This story was written by Fran Stryker. The part of Sergeant Preston is played by Paul Sutton. They are brought to you every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at this same time by Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, the breakfast cereal shot from guns. Listen Friday when Sergeant Preston and Yukon King meet the Challenge of the Yukon in the adventure of the Phantom Gang.
This exciting adventure began when King and I were sent to Whitehorse to hunt a gang of killers. Well, we soon found out we were up against a very clever group of men. And if it hadn't been for King, they would have added me to their list of victims. I hope you'll like it.
Be sure to hear this exciting story Friday. Till then, this is J. Michael wishing you goodbye, good luck, and good health from Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice. So long. For a delicious hot breakfast, eat Quaker Oats.
The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats. Yes, the giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats.
Delicious, nutritious, makes you feel ambitious.
The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats.
Say, boys and girls, do you want to be a star someday in sports and activities? Then start on good Quaker Oats breakfast tomorrow. Because nourishing oatmeal gives you more growth and endurance than any other whole grain cereal. Still less than 1 penny a serving. Quaker and Mother's Oats are the same. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Haley Charmaine. Senators have voted to die regime to allow individuals who fear losing mental capacity to make advance requests to end their lives. The amendment to Bill C-7 was approved by a vote of 47 to 28, with 8 abstentions, and was proposed by Senator Pamela Wallin. She argued that people who have been diagnosed or fear being diagnosed with dementia or Alzheimer's disease or other cognitive impairing disorders should, while they're still competent to give consent, be entitled to make advance directives spelling out when they want to receive an assisted death. Bill C-7 would allow for a form of advance request, but only for people who are already near the are able to give final consent immediately before the procedure is done. The soaring rate of new COVID-19 infections has moderated. Health experts credit anti-pandemic restrictions, but warn against complacency. The Public Health Agency of Canada says lockdowns and other measures appear to have had a significant effect in curbing the spread of the novel coronavirus, and they need to stay in place. Ontario, which has seen an almost 70% plunge in new daily cases, began to loosen some restrictions in regions where the case counts have been low. But the heaviest measures will remain in hotspots like the Toronto area. The regions in Ontario where restrictions have eased are telling people from outside to stay away. This year's annual Commonwealth Fund finds 1 in 4 Canadian adults reported using cannabis at least once within the period of 1 year, while an average of 9% of people in 10 other peer countries reported the same pot use. The Director of Health Systems Analysis for the Canadian Institute for Health Information says the finding is not surprising, considering Canada is the only country in the survey where cannabis is legal. Tracy Johnson says that means people surveyed in Canada may have felt more comfortable being honest about their marijuana use. The survey also found a quarter of Canadians reported drinking heavily at least once a month. Canada's rate was slightly lower than the 32% average among all countries. Lori Paris, The Canadian Press. U.S. impeachment managers are again using dramatic video and audio tapes to try to convince the Senate that Donald Trump should be convicted of inciting the insurrection at the Capitol last month. Here's Jackie Quinn.
House impeachment managers say Donald Trump wasn't an innocent bystander, playing a tape from January 6th of him summoning his supporters.
We will stop the steal.
The mob overpowered barricades and police personnel. Impeachment manager Congressman David Cicilline asked senators, what did the commander-in-chief do to protect them that day? Not a thing. Congressman Joaquin Castro says once Trump tweeted that Mike Pence wouldn't block the voter certification, it led to death threats and a hunt for Pence. Later, the president tweeted the mob should stay peaceful.
This was a violent, armed attack. Stay peaceful? How about stop the attack?
Some senators say they found the evidence compelling, but are waiting to hear the defense presentation. Jackie Quinn, Washington.
In sports, the Toronto Maple Leafs defeated the Montreal Canadiens 4-2. Frederick Anderson made 33 saves as the Leafs improved to 8-1 over their last 9 games to sit atop the league standings. Elsewhere, Norman Powell scored 28 points, Pascal Siakam added 26, and the Raptors made 19 three-pointers in a 137-115 win over the Washington Wizards. From the Global News Desk, I'm Haley Charmaine.
Oh my God. Oh crap. Really?
Echo is in Washington. The Democrats acting as
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
Well, I might as well roll another joint, but I guess
The story you're about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent. Fatima Cigarettes. Best of all, long cigarettes. Brings you Dragnet.
Fucked up on the head. I'd probably try to show how to rash one out or something.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned the homicide detail. A man crouches on the window ledge of a downtown building 13 stories above the street.
13 stories.
To leap to his death within the hour. Your job, stop him.
You'll be amazed when you compare Fatima with other long cigarettes. You'll find they now cost the same. But in Fatima, the difference is quality. You see, Fatima is the quality king-size cigarette because it contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended. And Fatima is extra mild with a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. So compare Fatima yourself. Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you,
Ah, that's different.
yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Ask your dealer for Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all long cigarettes. Start enjoying Fatima for a new year of greater smoking enjoyment.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Thursday, September 6th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Captain Steve. My name's Friday. I was on the way back from communications, and it was 1:28 p.m. when I got to room 42. Homicide.
You ready, Skip?
Yeah, right. Ben, what's up? Just got the call, 3rd and Temple. Yeah? Fitzroy building, 13th floor. They got a jumper.
Friday, Ben?
That's also it, right? What's the story?
Skipper took the call. Not much to tell. Guy's perched out on a window ledge, 13 floors up, threatening to jump.
Yep.
What time you got, Romero?
1:33.
Not much time.
What?
The guy on the ledge, he served notice.
Well, how do you mean?
Says he's gonna jump at 2 o'clock.
1:36 p.m. Ben pulled the car to a stop at 3rd and Temple. We double parked near the intersection and started across the street to the building on the northeast corner. It was a steel frame structure with a block granite facing. The stone lettering over the main entrance read, R.H. Fitzroy Building, 1927. The immediate area had been blocked off in all directions. The sidewalks directly adjacent to the building on 3rd Street and on Temple Street had also been cleared of all pedestrian traffic. Hundreds of curious onlookers jammed against police lines at the far side of the intersection. Reaching back for a full block in either direction, hundreds more had packed in behind them. 13 stories above the pavement was the center of attraction, the figure of a man standing upright on a narrow ledge, looking down at the crowd. On the street directly below him, men from the fire department's rescue squad were hurriedly stretching out nets. We entered the building, took the elevator to the 13th floor.
Who's standing by up here, Skipper? Bechtel and Wiseman. I saw the crowd gathering in the street on the way back from lunch. Looked up and saw a guy on the ledge. Came right up.
How long's the guy been standing out there?
About 15 minutes.
Good normal crowd. Must be a couple of thousand people down there.
What was that room number, Friday?
1305. Yeah, down this way. There's Bechtel.
Beck? Hi. Been watching for you. The office is down here.
Okay. How's it stand now?
He's still out there ready to jump. We got 22 minutes to figure out how to stop him.
What's the story, anyway?
I'll let the doctor tell you. Go ahead. Through here.
Come here. You're looking right at me.
Nurse, where'd Dr. Turner go?
Good afternoon, Dr. Rock. He's bringing you right up.
This is Captain Steed, homicide in Flanagan.
How do you do?
How do you do? Friday, Romero.
How do you do?
Nurse, how are you? Here's how he climbed outside this window here. Yeah. Right now, he's standing on the ledge about 12 feet to the right of the window. The ledge is about 14 inches wide.
No other windows close to it?
No, this is it. Did you try to talk him out of it? Get him back inside? We took a turn at it, yeah. Wiseman crawled out on the ledge, talked to him. So did I. One of the queerest jumpers I've come across. What do you mean? He's got a hammer with him, carpenter's hammer. Whenever you get close to him, he takes a cut at you. Wiseman wasn't looking for it, had to duck fast. He almost went over.
Was there any other way to reach him?
Double-checked the whole layout. This window's the closest.
What about lowering a man from the roof?
Wide piece of cornice up there, big overhang. Put a man down on a rope and he'd be hanging 3 feet from the side of the building. Wouldn't come close to the guy. How about this doctor you mentioned, Dick? You figure he can help? It's worth a try. Just one in?
Yes, Roger.
You saw it happen. You know better than I do what Dr. Turner's idea is. Would you fill these men in, please? Make it brief.
Surely.
Another man on the ledge. Who is he, do you know?
Walter Harrison, Mrs. Jones, one of the doctor's patients. His sister brought him in for a routine checkup. That was about 1 o'clock.
How old's the man?
41. His sister told us he's been complaining of a backache lately. Well, the doctor was examining him, and Mr. Harrison flew up all of a sudden and yelled out we were trying to cripple him, that we wanted to kill him. Oh, excuse me, please.
Sure.
That's Cindy, Doctor. No, I'm sorry, not this afternoon. We have an awful lot of trouble. Yes, all right, Jensen.
Well, what happened after Harrison started to act up, Miss Lenihan?
Dr. Turner and I tried to hold him. He shoved us both out of the way. He hit the doctor in the face, then he ran to the window, got out on that ledge, and crawled along the side of the building. He's been there ever since.
Miss Harrison has a mental case?
Yes, he's been for 10 years. Been in and out of the state hospital at Camarillo a couple of times. Sister Ruth's been taking care of him. She was here when it happened.
Where is she now?
Next door, the treatment room. Selma, that's the other nurse. She's looking after Miss Harrison. She's pretty close to hysterics.
Tried to talk to her, Skipper. Not much help so far. Mm-hmm. You say the doctor's been treating this, Mr. Harrison?
No, he just came in for a physical checkup. Dr. Wright's been handling his mental condition. That's where Dr. Turner is now, getting Wright. He has his office in the next building.
What time you got, Ben? Getting short. 19 minutes to 2. How about a time element, Beck? If he's going to kill himself, why is he waiting for 2 o'clock to do it? It's got me. He scribbled a note out there, threw it down to the street. One of the men in the rescue squad grabbed it and brought it up, and I got it right here. Here, let me see. And I look at that tattoo. They want my life. They want me. What's his next one? Dead. Dead. They want me dead. Yeah. I'd like to pray first. I'll jump at 2 o'clock. What's this last thing, Ben? I can't remember this. Let me see. At 2 o'clock, don't touch my body. That's it. Don't touch my body. You saw the guy at close range, Beck. What do you think? He's serious? I don't know. I'm not even going to guess. How about me going out and talking to him, Skipper? It might work. We'll do me home. That ledge is 14 inches wide, Romero. If you slip, I don't want to explain it to your wife and kid. What about me giving it a try? That jumper case last October, I was on that one. It's volunteer duty, Joe. I'm not going to order you. You know the risk. Yeah, I'll watch you. You want to stand by here at the window, Ben? Yeah, okay. Let's get that window off. Those blinds. Yeah, those blinds up. Okay. Get your hand with the window. All right. Come on. Up she goes. Oh, stuck. Yeah, I did. All the way up. There you go. Okay. Be careful now, huh? Yeah, I will. Joe, got it. Don't forget about that hammer the guy's got. It's my guess. Yeah, what's that? The guy might want to die. I don't think he wants to do it alone. 1:43 p.m. If we could take Walter Harrison's word for it, we had exactly 17 minutes to talk him into a change of mind before he plunged to his death on the pavement 13 stories below. I crawled out of the window and started inching my way along the narrow ledge. Went slow. I kept my eyes on Harrison. He stood about 10 feet away from me, looking down at the crowds jamming the streets below. I edged along to within 8 feet of him. He didn't seem to notice me. He was a fairly tall man, about 5'10", medium build, dark hair. He was wearing gray pinstripe trousers, a white shirt, no coat, no necktie. I got to within 6 feet of him. He raised one arm and made a motion with his fist at the crowd below.
Animal! You dirty sack of animals! You won't touch me! I'll stop right through you! You won't even touch me!
I kept edging toward him. He still didn't seem to notice me. He turned his body a little. He kept pounding the side of the building with a hammer. I got a look at his right hand. He held the carpenter's hammer. I got to within 5 feet of him. An airliner passed overhead. Harrison looked up and muttered something, then he turned. He saw me.
I'm going to kill you.
It's all right with me, Walter. Why do you want to kill yourself? You're only going to hurt people.
You don't care about people. You don't care about me.
What am I doing out here? Well, you got it wrong, Walter. A lot of people care about you. They want you back inside. They want you where it's safe.
You're another one of those. You want to get your hands on me. You want to grab it. Well, you're not. I'm going to kill you.
It's all right, Walter. You can kill me. I want to help you first.
You stay back. Don't you move anymore. I got this hammer and I'll smash your face with it. I'll smash you.
I only want to talk. I know we can straighten this out.
I'll do it my way. You understand? my way. I know who you are. You've been after me before. I know what it's all about.
Yeah, I know you do, Walter, but you got it wrong. Now look, you're going to jump off this building at 2 o'clock. That's in 15 minutes.
That's right. You bet I am.
All right, now let's talk it over for 5 of those minutes, huh? Can't do any harm. I'm not going to hurt you. How about it, okay?
Why should I talk to you?
Because I care about what happens to you. So does your sister. So do a lot of people.
Well, then you're like a lot of people. You don't want to get your hands on them. Like those animals down there, the whole dirty pack of them. They want to grab on them, get all around close and put their hands on me. Well, they're not going to do it.
Of course they're not. Nobody's going to hurt you. You know that, don't you?
You bet your life they're not. You see that dirty pack down there? Well, they don't know it, but I'm going to jump right through. I'm going to jump right through all of them. They won't even touch me, and I can do it right now.
Wait a minute, Walter. Don't forget your promise.
What are you talking about? What promise?
2 o'clock. You wrote that down yourself. You said you wouldn't jump until it was 2 o'clock, didn't you?
That was no promise. I just wrote it down, that's all. Just 2 o'clock.
Yeah. Well, your sister believed it. We gave her the note. She says it's your promise. Now, you going to make a liar out of yourself?
You're the liar. Ruth didn't say that. She didn't say it was a promise.
You got to take my word for that. All right, let's go in and ask her. How about it?
See Ruth inside?
Sure. Come on. Come on, take my hand, Walter.
All right. All right, I'll take your hand.
Watch your step. Look out, will you?
You get back! Get back! Now, next time I won't miss. I'll smash your whole arm. Huh? You think you're pretty smart, don't you? You're trying to trick me. Well, I told you before. I know who you are. You're trying to get your hands on me.
You promised your sister 2 o'clock. You're still going to break that promise?
I'm not like you in that pack down there. I don't break promises.
Everybody knows that, Walter. They trust you. Now, come on. How about talking this thing out?
What time?
1:46. 14 minutes to go.
You're lying. How do I know that?
Well, you can look at my watch. Here, right here.
Now, you stand back. I told you before. You stay away from me.
I just wanted to show you the time, that's all. All right, you can look at that big clock up the street, see? The one on the side of the Hobart building up there?
14 minutes. How do I know that's right? How do I know they're not in with you, too?
You already said it. Big company. They don't care about you or me. They got a business to run. Their clock, they don't care what happens.
No, of course not. They don't care. All right, well, I'll just keep an eye on this clock.
All right. You don't mind if I talk while you wait, do you?
That plane. What's it doing?
Well, it's just an airliner. Probably on its way into Burbank.
You're not fooling me. That plane's been by before. It's flying low, too.
Yeah, I guess I didn't notice it. Well, what difference does it make?
Probably watching. Flying back and forth. Maybe they're the police. They're trying to do something. They're trying to get their hands on me.
Oh, let's see. Yeah. Might be their plane. It's a big one.
Sure, they're trying to do something. Coming right by here, flying low. It's the same one I can see. Look. You see there on the wing?
Yeah, what's that?
The number right there on the wing. It's the same one that passed over a few minutes ago. And you get away from me!
All right, Walter, give me
that. I'm going to kill you!
Give it to me! Walter.
You thought you tricked me. You didn't know I had a pocket knife. Well, I can kill you with it now. I can kill you right now.
Yeah. I told you before, it's all right with me. Just look out there. Watch your step on the ledge, will you?
I should have cut your hand off. I should have cut your whole arm off and thrown it to those animals down there. Look at that blood all over your hand.
No, I'm sorry, Walter. It's not your fault. I just wanted to talk the whole thing over to tell you how your sister feels.
You're a liar. I knew it when I looked at you. Now you get away. You get away before I kill you.
Look, there's only one thing I can tell you. Your sister Ruth's sitting inside there, and she's worried sick. She's waiting for you. She wants to take you home. Now, how about it? There's no reason for all this. You know that, don't you?
Do I?
Sure you do. Your sister and your family, they care about you. They want you home again. They want you with them. There's no reason to be standing out here now, is there?
You wait until 2 o'clock, mister.
Yeah.
I'll show you the reason.
1:48 p.m., 12 minutes left. I made my way along the ledge, through the window, back into the office. Dr. Wright, a man who'd been treating Walter Harrison for his mental sickness, was already there with Dr. Turner. While the nurse bandaged up my hand, Captain Steve, Ben, and I talked with him. I've treated Harrison for 10 years, on and off, I guess. He showed some improvement, not much definite paranoid tendency. Did he ever try this before, Dr. Wright? Not to my knowledge. His sister might tell you more. I really don't know what to advise you to do. He's never been this violent before, using a hammer and knife.
Are you all Sergeant? That's you all right?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
There's only one thing I've got to know, Doctor. Is it worth letting another one of my men go out there on that ledge?
I'm afraid that's your decision, Captain. It may help, it may not. I know the patient, but I can't read his mind. I was just thinking, we might bring Harrison's sister to the window and have her talk to him. Think that might help, Doctor? Very possible it might. In a spot like this, I'm the same boat you are. It's all guesswork.
You think Harrison's really going to be ready to jump at 2 o'clock, Doctor?
From what Sergeant Friday tells me, yes, I think he'll jump. We got to come up with something. We can't just stand around and watch a guy take a dive down 13 stories. Wish I knew the answer. There's got to be one someplace. There's got to be an answer. Well, let's check your watch. We got 10 minutes to find it.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action. And now, here's an authentic report from Fatima Cigarettes.
1949. Fatima more than doubled its smokers coast to coast. 1950. Another record-breaking year, with more long cigarette smokers insisting on Fatima quality than ever before.
In 1951, enjoy Fatima quality yourself. Yes, friends, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Quality of tobaccos, the finest Turkish and domestic varieties, extra mild and superbly blended, to give you a much different, much better flavor and aroma. Quality of manufacture. Smooth, plump cigarettes rolled in the finest paper money can buy. Quality, even to the appearance of the bright, clean, golden yellow package. Carefully wrapped and sealed to bring you Fatima's rich, fresh, extra mild flavor. Compare Fatima yourself. Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you,
Ah, that's different.
yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Start enjoying Fatima for a new year of greater smoking enjoyment. Insist on Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all, long cigarettes.
It's the sworn duty of the peace officer to protect the lives of the citizens of the community in which he serves. That isn't always limited to protecting the citizens from criminals and lawbreakers. Oftentimes, the citizen has to be protected from himself. The drunken driver can do as much harm to his own person as he can to others. The same for the narcotic addict. The same for mental incompetence, such as Walter Harrison. If he was being assaulted, robbed, or shot at by a gunman, it would have been no more serious. Harrison's life was in jeopardy. Trying to save him had to be the first consideration. 1:50 p.m. Sergeant Jack Wiseman inched his way out on the ledge of the 13th story and kept Walter Harrison busy talking. Anything to keep his mind off the jump. Captain Steve got on the phone and talked to the manager of the Hobart building, a 12-story structure 3 blocks away with a large clock set into either side of it. The same clock Harrison was keeping time by.
Yeah, that's right, just so you don't make it look too obvious. Okay, Mr. Walsh, thank you. They're going to do all they can. Let's hope it works.
I wouldn't say.
They're going to start slowing down the clock in the building right away. If Harrison goes by that time, it's going to be a long 10 minutes.
Well, how much they figure they can stretch it?
About 5 or 6 minutes without making it look too obvious.
We can sure use it. Let's hope Harrison doesn't catch on.
Manager said they'll stop the clock when it's a minute to go. It'll never reach 2 o'clock.
Skipper.
Yeah, Romero.
I just checked with the rescue squad down the street. They're stringing out more nets.
Yeah?
They're not guaranteeing anything.
How do you mean?
They're worried about those ledges jutting up from the building every other floor. They say if Harrison jumps close enough, he's bound to hit one of them. If he does, he'll be dead before he reaches street level. Nets down there won't do him any good.
Nothing we can do about it. Something else we'll have to hand over to luck.
Did they come up with any ideas, Ben? Just one. Sounds like it could work. What's that? They figured like we did. The overhang on the roof is too wide to lower a man directly down on top of Harrison to grab him.
Yeah?
They think it might work if they try this. Put a man in a rope sling just over the edge of the roof. Lower him down toward Harrison as close as possible without tipping.
Give him a good line. Let him try to rope her. I don't know. We got any candidates to try? Yeah, one. The guy's been on the rescue squad for years. Supposed to be an expert with a lesson. Him? No, might do it. I don't know. Yeah. What happens if he misses Harrison? Who knows? What happens if Harrison jumps? Captain? I just got off that ledge in a hurry. He came at me with that knife. See any closer to the window? Backed off again. Something else. That clock in the Hobart building. Yeah. Pretty sure he's wise to that gimmick. He's giving it up. What do you mean? The 2 o'clock deadline. He's not going to wait for it. 1:55 p.m. A specially equipped police car with loudspeakers mounted on the roof was rested at the intersection of 3rd and Temple Streets opposite the Fitzroy building. Sergeant Jack Wiseman took Walter Harrison's sister, Ruth, down in the elevator to the street. She got on the police car microphone and started talking to her brother over the loudspeakers. Word was passed to the special detail of men from the fire department's rescue squad standing by on the roof of the building. They went to work. Captain Steed went up to the roof to see if he could assist them. Ben and I waited in the office on the 13th floor. The nurse, Miss Lenahan, and Jean Bechtel were with us. 1:57 p.m. The men on the roof started to lower the man from the rescue squad in the rope sling. He held a double-strength lasso in his hand. The end of it was wrapped around his body and tied securely. Ben and I watched from the window. We looked along the narrow ledge. Walter Harrison stood erect and motionless, an open pocket knife in one hand, his feet poised on the brink of a 13-story jump. The voice of Harrison's sister drifted up from the loudspeakers down on the street.
Walter? This is Rose, Walter. Can you hear me? This is Rose. I want you to come home with me, Walter. Please. You've got to understand.
Sister's doing all right. Finish it for sure if he looks up. Yeah. No.
There's nothing wrong. No one's going to hurt you. We want to help you, Walter. Please.
I can't see, Joe. They're letting the man down? Yeah. Coming slow.
There's
Wait a minute.
nothing to be afraid of. You know that, don't you? Come home with me, please. I'll take care of you. I'll see that you're safe. That you're all right.
Joe, how's Harrison doing? Can you see? Yeah. He's looking down. Not moving at all.
Nobody's going to hurt you, believe me. These people are your friends. They want to help you. Can you hear me, Walter? They want to help you.
That's it. What? Man coming down on the rope. He's just above Harrison now.
They're your friends. You can trust me, your sister Ruth. You've got to trust me, Walter. I want to take care of you. I want to take you home.
Yeah, I see the man now. He's right above. Got the lasso ready. Keep your fingers crossed. What is it? What's happening? The lasso. He's throwing it.
Get away from me!
Miss, Joey, miss. Walter, wait a minute. Harrison!
Walter! No, just get him away from me! Get him away!
Pull that man up! Pull him out of the way! That's just... Oh, he's still on the ledge. I'm going out. Joe, wait a minute. No, it's only a chance. Yeah. Why don't you get him mad at you? Say anything, insult him. Well, I'll try. Anything to make him go for you. If you can get him down to this window, I can grab him. If I get him by the window, I'll hold on to him, huh? Yeah. When you grab him, try to lean as close to the building as you can. Not much to lean on the other way. 1:59 p.m. I got through the window and out onto the ledge. The crowd's jamming the streets below it, swollen to almost twice their size. A few blocks away, the big clock on the side of the Hobart building had 5 minutes to 2. But Harrison wasn't looking at it. He still had his eyes fixed on the pavement 13 stories beneath us. He'd torn off his collar and his shirt was ripped open at the neck. He waved his arms and shouted at the crowd below as he tottered along the ledge toward the corner of the building, away from the window I was supposed to lure him into. In his right hand, he still held on to the open pocket knife.
You're not going to get your hands on me. You're not even going to get close.
Wait a minute, Harrison. Watch it.
You watch me. I'm going to jump right through them down there. For dirty, I'm going to do this once.
All right, wait a minute. I got a message for you from your sister Ruth. Now, do you want to hear it?
You won't get your hands on me. None of you. I'll see you later.
You're a phony, Harrison. You're a phony liar.
I'm a liar.
Don't hurt me. You're not kidding anybody.
You don't think I can jump, huh? Well, you just what?
Anybody can jump. Any phony can do that.
What?
It doesn't take anything. Those animals down there in the street, any one of them could do that. You're just like one of them.
I've still got this knife. I've used it before. I can kill you.
You couldn't kill anything. You haven't got the guts. You're a phony.
You're a liar. You're a rotten liar. I can cut you to pieces.
Oh, you talk big, Harrison, but you're all talk.
I can cut you to pieces.
You haven't got me fooled, mister. Not for a minute.
I'll cut you to pieces.
You haven't got half the nerve. You're a phony and you know it.
You're a rotten liar. You stay still. Go on. You stand still and I'll show you.
Oh, you talk a real good game, but that's about all. You're all talk.
I'll show you. I still have my knife and I'll kill you right now.
Yeah, sure you will.
You're backing away. You're afraid.
You're a phony, Harrison. Nobody's afraid of a phony.
Cut you apart.
I'm waiting for you. Come on. What's the matter, Harrison?
You're not waiting. Stay still and stop backing away. Now stop!
I tell you, you come and get me, huh? Haven't you got enough nerve? You're just talking again. All talk, huh?
That window. You gotta stop by the window and then I'll cut you a piece.
All right, Harrison. Here, now you go ahead. Prove you're a phony.
I'll show you. You're running through the air.
Right, forward now. Drop it.
I got you. You run there. I'll get you to feet.
Drop it.
Go, look out. Grab them. They're going to fall.
Well, how close can it get? Here. Nurse?
Just one little sergeant, both of you. Are you all right?
Yeah, fine. Would you mind getting Captain Steve for us, please? You know who he is.
Sure, you're right away, lad.
Well, that was a rough one. Well, Darren, looked like you were both going over the side. Yeah. Thought I'd lost you, Joe. Well, you didn't have to worry. No? No. You told me which way to lean.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent. On September 10th, a sanity hearing was held at the County Hospital Psychopathic Ward, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that hearing. Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. Friends, there's one big difference in long cigarettes, and here's the one sentence that tells the full story. In Fatimas, the difference is quality. That's why this headline is being featured in leading national magazines. Yes, these new Fatima full-page color ads are another proof of Fatima's fast-growing popularity. More long cigarette smokers are insisting on Fatima quality than ever before. Now, if you're a long cigarette smoker like I am, buy a pack of extra mild Fatimas. You'll find, as I have, that Fatimas now cost the same, but in Fatima, the difference is quality.
After being examined by 6 psychiatrists, Walter John Harrison was judged mentally incompetent. On his sister's request, he was committed to a private sanitarium. 7 months later, Harrison took his own life by hanging.
In the sanitarium. What the fuck?
You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, portion transcribed from Los Angeles. We the People is next with Stories of Today on NBC.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
Oh! The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with
And
Midnight in
Rochester.
Paris from Here's
And
to Romance.
Rochester.
according to the calendar, spring is practically here. But the weather doesn't always follow the almanac, so you can't count on it. You can count on Jell-O, though, and Jell-O's color and fragrance and freshness will bring a real touch of springtime to your menus.
Color
and the springtime is quick and easy to get, for Jell-O is quick and easy to prepare. It dissolves in a moment in hot water. It's quick setting and it's delicious. Well, there's extra rich fruit flavor in Jell-O. It's crammed with it. You smell that tempting fruit fragrance the minute you open the package. And your first taste tells you, here is a swell dessert. No matter how you serve Jell-O, perfectly plain or decked out with fruits and nuts, it's always a favorite with the whole family. All 6 flavors are fresh and bright and tempting. All 6 are packed with that extra rich fruit goodness. Just be sure to get genuine Jell-O, and be sure to order some tomorrow. Then you can treat the whole family to a real touch of springtime. That was Midnight in Paris, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow being the first day of spring, we bring you Sulphur, Molasses, and Jack Benny.
Thank you very much. Hello again. This is Jack Benny, your little spring tonic coming to you. So open your mouth, swallow, and make a face. Now, that wasn't bad, was it?
You know, Jack, it's nice to see spring rolling around again.
Yes, it is, Don. Trees are budding, flowers are beginning to bloom, bears and good humor men are coming out of hibernation.
Yes, sir, and birds are coming back from the south.
Oh, flocks of them. And you know, Don, yesterday I saw a robin in our backyard who just flew in from Miami.
How did you know he was from Miami?
He was building a nest with pickets from Hialeah Park. You know, Don, one thing about the beginning of spring, it sure peps you up, doesn't it?
Oh, I've noticed that too, Jack. It makes you feel lively and energetic.
Energetic? Why, Don, when I popped out of bed this morning and started to dress, I laced my shoes and didn't miss one single hole. But honestly, Don, isn't spring the most marvelous time of the year? I mean, you walk out in the country and see babbling brooks, rabbits scampering around, snakes coming out of their holes. Did you call me, Jack? No, Phil.
Oh, then I'll crawl back in again.
Yeah, by all means. Hey, Phil, wait a minute. I nearly forgot. You know, I'm not going to be able to use your orchestra on next week's broadcast.
You're not? Why?
Well, listen, Phil. You too, Don. I've got a surprise for you. Tomorrow, I'm leaving for New York.
New York?
Yes, I'm just going for a little pleasure trip, see a few shows, and next Sunday I'm going to broadcast from there.
Well, aren't we going with you?
No, Don, you're all going to get a week off. You, Kenny, Mary, and Phil.
Does that mean I'm not going to get my check next week?
Well, I won't tell you, Phil, but don't be surprised if your bank book misses a beat. You'll just have to forget 1 week's salary.
Oh, I'm supposed to forget, eh?
Yes.
Well, with the amount you pay me, I won't have to join the Foreign Legion.
Oh, I don't know. You do all right.
Well, say, Jack, who's going to be your announcer in New York next Sunday?
Well, Don, Harry Von Zell promised to help me out, and he's such an effervescent type. I think he'll be swell, don't you?
Well, yes, if you like that sort of stuff.
Now, of course, you will have to admit that he is very popular.
You mean with me or with the public?
With the public, and they ought to know. Von Zell is an extremely capable announcer.
I know, Jack, but I just can't picture Harry saying, Jell-O is America's favorite dessert. It comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. It won't come from the heart.
Oh, it won't, eh? Well, it better. And I'll tell you who else we... Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello, Jack. Did you have a nice time in New York?
I'm not going till tomorrow, Kenny. Anyway, how did you know I was leaving for New York?
You borrowed a suitcase from me.
Oh, yes. I forgot all about that. And say, Kenny, that's a very unusual bag. It's the only suitcase I ever saw with legs on it.
Well, it's made out of fresh alligator.
Oh, that's why the handle snapped at me. A fine thing. A live alligator suitcase. How am I going to get my clothes in?
Wait till it yawns.
Well, I'll manage somehow. By the way, Jack, as long as I'm not going with you, what orchestra are you going to use next Sunday? Anyone but Abe Lyman. His music is all right, but I don't want that thug hanging around me. Thug? Yes. I'm going to New York for a vacation, not a breakdown.
Why, Jack, you might have had a little trouble with Lyman, but, oh, he's not so tough.
He's not, Abe. Last fall when he was here, he gave me a slap on the back, and my socks changed feet. I don't want any part of that guy.
Well, you'll have to have music. Who are you going to get?
Well, there's Whiteman, Olson, Besser. Of course, Stokowski is in Italy. I can't get him. Now, let's see.
Hey, Jack.
What is it, Kenny?
When Stokowski comes back, is Starver going to sing with his band?
Yes, Kenny, if they can get Heifetz to play the bazooka.
Bazooka? What's that?
I don't know. Say, Phil, have you got any bazookas in your band?
No, just palookas.
Oh. Well, tell him to put down that jug and get ready for Kenny's song. What's it going to be tonight, Kenny?
A little number called I See Your Face Before Me.
Well, that's all right, Kenny. Give him high-class stuff all the time. Hit it, Phil. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Right here, boy.
It's collecting. Am I going to have trouble?
Never mind that. How much is it?
$1.54.
Here you are. Select. I wonder who it's from. Hey, fellas, it's from Abe Lyman.
Lyman? What does he say?
He says, Dear Jack, understand you are coming east next week. I suggest that you use my band if you want to see New York from both eyes. We'll meet you at the station with my car and an ambulance. Take your choice. Sincerely yours, Abe. Well, how do you like that for a threat? Who does he think he's bluffing, anyway? Or who does he... Sing, Kenny. I'll use the band I want to use. They're not...
In a world of glitter and glow, in a world of tinsel and show, the unreal from the real thing is hard.
So I'm going to put two and two together here because you just inspired me. So you have a situation where and absolutely there's a forecaster saying, well, if no one's made a big splash in Bitcoin yet, we forecast that we would do 25% whatever today if we buy it. As soon as it hits the market, 25%. Now, I don't know if they're going to report if they sell it again because they could just cash out right away. But if you think of that, and if you think of the conversation about their profits based on policy credits versus actual car production, if your stock price has gone up 700% in 1 year, 700%. Sure. And how is it that you report that to your shareholders and increase it? Well, you got to make big moves. I mean, no one's price goes up 700% and then you sell 13 more cars and everyone's like, yay, stocks, right? Like, you got to do big moves.
Yeah, absolutely. And the way that we're going to find out, I mean, obviously Tesla can, within the rules of securities regulation in the United States, Tesla's probably not going to tell us too much about what they're doing other than in the sort of manufactured spin of what Musk wants to put out. But the next time they report earnings, and that'll be Q1, and I think they report at the beginning of May, the next official report, they're going to have to tell us what they did with that currency. That's a piece of public data for a company that has a quarterly reporting requirement. So we will know whether they bought more Bitcoin, whether they accepted Bitcoin in transactions, what the gain and loss on their Bitcoin position was. They might hide it in terms of general currency transactions. They're not required to split that out from a transaction that they do in Euro or Chinese yuan. But you'll be able to tell, at least deduce what's been happening with their Bitcoin position based on their quarterly reports.
Yeah, and that, if anything, this is an invitation for investment folks to dig deep into that ledger.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's an amazing conversation. Thank you so much. David Boren is with Zacks Investment Research. He's a stock strategist, and the understanding around Bitcoin, I think we might we might bring you back to help us understand more of this in the future, if that's all right with you.
Absolutely, anytime. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, my pleasure. I love the clarity of it. I'm glad that not that I want to seek that confirmation from anybody.
That was I See Your Face Before Me, sung by Kenny Baker. Well, Kenny, I won't be able to hear you now until a week after next. I suppose you'll be listening in next Sunday.
Yeah. But say, Jack, who's going to take my place?
Well, Kenny, this is really a surprise and a thrill. You'll never guess who's promised to come and sing for you and be just as good as you are.
Lawrence Trippz?
No, it's not a man.
Grace Moore?
No.
Jeanette McDougal?
That's Jeanette McDonald, but it's not her. We're going to have Kate Smith.
Kate Smith?
Yes, sir. Isn't that swell? And that's not the only surprise. You know who else is coming on the program?
Al Smith.
No. As a special treat, we're going to have Fred Allen. Gee, it'll be good to see that lovable old louse again. He's a pretty good guy at that.
Well, how do you know Alan will appear, Jack? Did you ask him?
Ask Freddie. Why, he'll be tickled to death to go on with me. I bet he can hardly wait till I get to New York. And Don, believe it or not, we're going to have Bob Ripley, too. How's that?
Well.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Mary.
Hello, Mary.
Well, Mary, I'm glad you dropped in before we went off the air. Where were you?
Oh, I went for a long walk and just sort of lost myself. Isn't spring wonderful, Jack?
Yeah.
Hats are budding in the windows. Dresses are beginning to bloom.
Yeah, I know. And Hattie Carnegie is coming out of hibernation. Say, that's a new bonnet you've got on there now, isn't it, Mary?
Uh-huh, made it myself. Isn't it cute?
Yes, but it's got a lot of stuff on it and such colors. Where'd you get the idea?
From a fresh vegetable place.
Oh, yes, I see that poached egg on top there. You know, Mary, women's hats this season are certainly the limit. Most of them look like something to eat.
Yeah, you ought to see my new pork and beanie.
Say, Don, can you imagine if men wore the kind of hats that women do?
Wouldn't it be awful?
Yeah, imagine walking into a store. How do you do, sir? I'd like to see something in a bacon and tomato Stetson. No mayonnaise on the crown. Please.
Would you care for a pickle in the hat band?
Sweet or sour?
Well, dill is very popular this season.
Oh, I don't know what kind to get, but I do want a hat that's nourishing.
Why don't you get a New England boiled fedora?
Well, you're not kidding, Mary. That's just about how silly women's hats are.
Oh, Mary, did Jack tell you that he's going to New York tomorrow?
Oh, sure. Are you going to have a girl on the program, Jack?
Well, Mary, Kate Smith has promised to help me out. First, she's going to read Kenny's lines. Then she's going to sing Kenny's song. Then she's going to play your part. And then you know what else she's going to do?
Collapse.
No. But she will be very busy.
Is she going to take tickets at the door, too?
Of course not. NBC has well-trained ushers for that. I hope they let me in this time.
I'll bet you're all excited about going. What orchestra are you going to use?
Well, Mary, I haven't decided yet. It's between Paul Whiteman and Abe Lyman. Of course, Lyman is in New York right now.
Uh-oh, the telegram's working.
Well, Lyman is in New York.
So is Paul Whiteman.
I know, but Lyman is thinner than Whiteman, and it's a small studio. Besides that, Abe has a trombone in his orchestra.
Well, of course, every orchestra has a trombone.
I know, but his has a derby hat.
But all trombones use derby hats.
Well, this one fits me, and let's drop it. You see, Mary, Phil thinks I'm hiring Lyman because he threatened me in a telegram.
Did he scare you?
Why should I be scared of him? If you want to know something, Mary, Abe wears a charm bracelet.
Well, watch out. There's a blackjack on it.
Just the same, that wire had nothing to do with my decision.
Well, suppose Whiteman threatened you.
Don't worry about that. Abe and I will take care of him. And by the way, I better answer Lyman's telegram. He was nice enough to offer his services. Take a wire, Mary.
Okay.
Dear Abe.
Abe. How do you spell that? A-P-E?
No, A-B-E. For heaven's sake, don't make that mistake. $8. That's all I need.
Well, you told me he looked like one.
I did not. I merely said that if he went to the zoo and fell in the monkey cage, they'd have a little trouble sorting him out. That's all I said. I've never referred to Lyman as an ape.
Well, you're going to pay him off in peanuts, aren't you?
No, quiet. Now write the telegram. Dear Abe, regarding your offer to appear on my program next Sunday night, I will consider the matter if you keep your price and temper down. Furthermore, I must insist that you come to rehearsal on time, if you can make it. Stop. In conclusion, if these conditions are met, I will give the matter further consideration. Have you got that, Mary?
Yes.
Then read it back to me.
Dear Abe, the job is yours.
It's not what I said, but let it go. Oh, wait, put another line in there. Please see that the boys in your orchestra eat their lunch before we go on the air. Because last time I was broadcasting knee-deep in herringbone.
Say, Jack, did Lyman's boys really eat during your broadcast?
Yes, they did, Phil.
Take out your dinner pails, man. We're as good as they are.
Hey, cut that out! Now, that'll be all, Mary. Just sign my name.
Shall I send the wire collect, Jack?
No, I better pay for it. He's liable to kill the messenger boy. Well, I'm all set now. I've got my orchestra, singer, announcer. I'll take it. Hello? Long distance? Yes, I'll take it. I wonder who it can be. I hope there's no... Hello? Oh, hello, Fred. It's Fred Allen, fellas. Well, say, Fred, it'll be nice having you on my program next Sunday night. What? Well, look, Fred, none of the others are asking anything. I said nobody else is getting anything for it. Well, this isn't like you, Fred. Aren't you being just a wee bit mercenary? Oh, all right, I'll give it to you. Yes, you can take my word for it. You'll get it before the broadcast. So long. What a guy.
What's the matter, Jack?
Oh, nothing.
Come on, what is it?
Oh, Alan won't go on the program unless I give him my Boy Scout knife. I hope he cuts himself on the bottle opener.
He wants your Boy Scout knife?
Yeah, gee, I hate to give it up. I've had it since I was a tenderfoot. Oh, well. He's not going to get the chain anyway. Say, fellas, I got to run home now and get ready, so carry on with the show, will you? I haven't even started packing yet.
I'll come along and help you, Jack.
Thanks, Mary.
I'll come too, Jack.
No, Kenny, you'll only be in the way.
Well, it's my alligator, and I'm going to pack it.
Oh, all right. Come along, play, Phil. Gee, I hate to give up that knife. I just had it sharpened, too.
Hello, the Jam, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Now, folks, we switch you over to Jack's house where he is preparing for his trip to New York.
Now, let's see. I've got my dark suit, 2 pair of shoes, my razor, shaving cream. Oh, Mary, did you pack my toothbrush?
Yes, it's in the box with your extra teeth.
My extra teeth, where?
Right there.
Those are my new cufflinks. Extra teeth.
Jack, where are your neckties and handkerchiefs?
Mary's packing them, aren't you, Mary?
Yes, I put away your handkerchiefs, ties, socks, and cigars.
I don't want my cigars packed. Such a long trip, they'll get dry.
No, they won't. I put them in the bowl with the goldfish.
Mary, my pets aren't going to New York with me.
They're not?
No.
Then I better take the canary out of the hot water bottle.
What? Why, Kenny, the bird will suffocate in that hot water bottle.
He will not. I punched holes in it.
I knew I should have left you in the studio. Hey, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
How are you coming along with the wardrobe trunk?
Okay, boss, I'm almost finished.
You know, it's liable to be pretty cold in New York this time of year. I wonder if I should buy some long underwear.
Don't bother, I sewed leggings on your shorts.
I suppose you glued earmuffs on my derby.
No, I put them on you too big.
Well, they'll fit snugger that way. Say, Rochester, you made my reservations on the train all right, didn't you?
Yeah, I got your drawing room B in car 57.
A drawing room? I told you I wanted a lower berth so I could get some air. Fine thing.
Take the drawing room. Kenny will punch holes in it.
I never can get what I want. What am I going to do with a big drawing room?
Maybe you can sublet it.
For this, I'll take care of the important things myself.
I wish you would. I'm all in.
All in? I don't work you so hard, Rochester.
I never get any time off.
You don't, eh?
Why, the other night when I was walking in my sleep, you stuck a vacuum cleaner in my hand.
Well, I figured as long as you're wearing out the rug, you might as well clean it. What are you laughing at?
Look what Kenny just packed in your suitcase.
Kenny, take that mouse trap out of my grip.
The mouse, too?
Yeah. You got everything in there but the family album. Oh, say, Rochester, you have to drive me down to the station in the morning, so you better put the luggage in the car tonight.
I think you better take a cab, Mr. Benny.
Why, what's the matter with the car?
We got a flat.
A flat? Well, you can fix that before morning.
No, sir. This is the whole rear end.
Fine thing. How does that happen?
Well, I was backing out of the garage this morning. You know that big concrete post that stands up in front of the driveway?
Yeah?
Well, it's laying down now.
Well, see that it's fixed before I get back. Answer the door.
Yes, sir.
Well, Jack, the gifts are all packed and ready to go. You want to lock your trunk?
No, I gotta wait till Schlepperman brings my tuxedo. I had to have it cleaned and pressed.
Cleaned and pressed? That old thing?
Oh, my tuxedo isn't so old.
Go on, there's a moth in there with rheumatism in both wings.
Mary, I know the moth you're referring to, and he's not that old.
He isn't, eh?
No.
And why do you feed him milk toast?
Leave me alone and don't drag Herman into this. Oh, hello, Andy.
Hiya, Buck. Just thought I'd drop in to say goodbye to you. Gee, I wish I was going along.
So do I, Andy. Why don't you come?
Well, Buck, we're awful busy right now on the farm. We got a lot of plowing to do, and besides that, our goat just had a blessed event.
He did. That's funny. I didn't see anything in Winchell's column about it.
Me neither. He must be flipping.
Well, Andy, I imagine you're pretty busy this time of year at that, huh?
Yes, sir. Ma's doing her spring cleaning, and when I left the house, she was washing Pa's beard.
I see.
You ought to come up later. There's going to be a lot of fun.
There will?
Yeah, she's going to put it through the ringer.
Say, I'd like to be there at that.
Well, here's a ticket. Everybody's coming. Well, Buck, I think I'll be running along now. Hope you have a nice trip.
Thanks, Andy. So long.
So long, Buck. Don't let him sell you the Brooklyn Bridge. That's a hot
Ah, good old Andy. Nice of him to drop over.
Oh, Jack,
Yeah?
where are your scissors?
Here, what do you want them for?
I want to pin your suitcase. There are a lot of neckties sticking out.
Well, don't be so lazy. Open it and tuck them in. Answer the door. Now, let's see. What else? There's my overnight bag. That's all set. And, oh, Rochester. Hey, what's this in my hat box?
I thought you might get hungry, so I made some jello in it.
That's fine, but you should have taken my hat out first. If I was alone, I'd have been through an hour ago.
Hello, Bessie boy.
Oh, hello, Sleb. Did you bring my tuxedo?
Here it is, but use it for my rubbish sale.
Now, give it to me. Now, look, Sleb. Look at that.
No, I'm out the box.
I told you to take the stains out, and they're still there.
Niggas know the clan that I fuck with, believe me. It ain't nothing I start dumping. My strap got 3 bands, shoot like I got 3 hands. Niggas know the deal when we pull up in like 3 bands. A rude man, try to shoot me, watch it. It was 2 weeks to make the trip.
You can get the fuck off.
Here, Rochester, put my tuxedo in the trunk.
Yes, sir, I got it. Hey, don't fold it, it's brittle.
All right, Sleb, how much do I owe you?
Well, now, let me see. Are you in a good mood or do you want to talk turkey?
Never mind the turkey. What do I owe you?
Well, pressing is 50 cents. For you, 45.
Yes.
Dry cleaning is 75 cents. For you, 80.
I'm even again.
80 and 45 is $1.50.
80 and 45 is $1.25.
Well, I took a chance.
Well, for this job, all you get is $1. Here.
All right, I'll see you for the rest. I was doing my work. I'm happy like a fake.
It's a fine mess you made out of my tuxedo.
Look, Jack, it's on the floor.
On the floor? Rochester, I told you to put this suit in the trunk.
I did, but the new one keeps throwing it out.
Well, don't get funny. Put it in the trunk and lock it up.
Yep, sir.
Well, that's a relief. Now I'm all set to go. Say, Mary, how about you and I going out and getting a bite to eat, eh?
Okay, Jack, I'm starved.
Come on. You too, Kenny. Hey, where's Kenny? Oh, Kenny, where are you?
Here I am. Let me out.
Good heavens, Rochester locked him in the trunk. Rochester, open it and let Kenny out.
The keys are in there, too.
You locked the keys in the trunk. That's the most stupid thing you've ever done.
Where do you look for your ticket?
Oh, come on, Mary. Let's go out and eat.
Well, what about Kenny? He'll suffocate in that trunk.
Oh, that's all right. We'll punch holes in it. Come on.
Do you want to try something new and very swell for dessert? Well, here's a grand suggestion. It's one of the most delicious combinations you ever set on the table. Luscious, fruit-rich raspberry jello combined with prunes. If ever a prune was glorified, this is the time. Here's the way to make it. Dissolve 1 package of raspberry jello in hot water and chill until slightly thickened. Then fold in 1 cup of cooked seeded prunes cut in quarters. Chill until firm and serve with cream. It couldn't be much easier to make. And when you've made it, believe me, you've got something. Shimmering red raspberry jello molded with delicious, juicy prunes. It's a swell combination. It's an unusual combination, and your family will want more. So try this grand new dessert, but be sure to make it with genuine jello. For only jello brings you that delicious, extra-rich fruit flavor. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell jello.
The last number of the 25th program in the new Jello series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night broadcasting from Radio City, New York. And I hope you'll all be listening in. Well, Mary, I've got to run over to Phil Baker's show and congratulate him. I heard this was his 5th anniversary.
Well, be sure and kiss Beetle for me.
Yeah, I will. Good night, folks.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
Suspense.
thrill of the nighttime, the hushed voice and the prowling step, the crime that is almost committed, the finger of suspicion pointing perhaps at the wrong man, the stir of nerves at the ticking of the clock, the rescue that might be too late or the murderer who might get away, mystery and intrigue and dangerous adventure. We invite you to enjoy stories that keep you in suspense.
For Suspense, tonight we present The Lord of the Witch Doctors by John Dixon Carr.
The drums were beating that night. The Lord of the Witch Doctors was on his way. 20 miles off the East African coast, fanned by the blistering heat of the Indian Ocean, lies the island of Zanzibar. Here, many years ago,
To be exact, in the year 1889.
3 nations were rivals for imperial German eagle. At Mogadishu were the Italians. A mixed population boiled along that coast, Portuguese, Arabs, Swahili. On the island itself, Sayyid Khalif, Sultan of Zanzibar, ruled the remains of a once mighty empire. Mohammedan Bantus of the tribe of Zeng. Look over there in the moonlight. That white building, patched and rotted, was the palace where Sayyid Khalif lived with his fat wives and his captive lion. Not far away on the hill overlooking the harbor stood the British Residency. The British resident, or crown official, held uneasy sway against German and Italian influence. And at the Residency on that hot night,
Mother.
Yes, Father?
Come away to the windows, please.
But, Father, those drums are on the mainland.
Never mind.
20 miles from here.
I'd rather you stood back.
it's the fires I don't like, sir. You can see the red light all this distance. They're having a beano of some kind.
You'd better stand back too, Mr. Harris.
Look here, sir.
Yes, Mr. Harris?
I've been your diplomatic attaché in this place for 3 years. Couldn't you call me by my first name in private?
Just you, please. Lower the sun blinds and turn down the wick of that lamp.
You don't think there's any danger?
There's no danger whatever. That's
I don't think they'll be restless tonight.
only natural, my dear, with the drums going.
Everybody seems restless. This has been going on for days. You begin to get on your nerves.
So you feel it too, eh?
And I do wish Sayyid Khalif wouldn't tease Nero. Jab at him with a meat fork and that kind of thing. If that lion ever got loose...
Nerves, my dear, nothing but nerves.
Let's face it, sir. There's something very queer going on over on that mainland.
Well, suppose there is.
All we know is what Nyoka knows. This great witch doctor, whoever he is, has been making a triumphal progress to the coast. The whole bush is afraid of him.
You alarm me.
Nyoka says he's got horns. He can make himself 7 feet tall, like stretching an accordion.
Oh, really, Bill Harris?
I don't say I believe it. I say it might be dangerous. Now, for instance, could this be one of Dr. Schmidt's tricks?
Dr. Schmidt is a friend of ours.
Yes, he's also head of the German East Africa Company.
Dr. Schmidt is a gentleman.
Look at that coast over there. He's got every native chief in his pocket.
Dr. Schmidt assured me that the German emperor has no more territorial claims in East Africa.
We get our trade concessions from Sayyid Khalif. Sayyid's our only friend, but we can't even be sure of him. The Germans give him trade gin and a grand piano. The Italians give him 3 new wives for his harem. What do we give him?
I have no instructions from London about the situation in this island.
No. Somebody in Whitehall probably forgot to post them.
For the last time, Mr. Harris, I will not hear His Majesty's government criticized like that.
Sorry.
These things take time. If there's any danger, we'll be notified in due course.
Listen.
Well, they're only our own natives. They beat their own drums, you know.
Somebody went past that window.
That's probably only Nyoka, my dear. Surely you're not afraid of our own servant.
No, but
Master! Nyoka, listen to me. Don't hang on to that big curtain. You'll pull it down. Now stand up straight and tell me. What is it?
He here, Bwana. He here, yes, please.
Who's here?
Big witch doctor here, yes, please. He come up
stars in moonlight. He walks slow, boom, boom. He got big teeth east-west. The outside front door trouble.
What was that?
The drums have stopped.
Ioka's right, sir. We have got a visitor. There's somebody coming down the hall. Better turn down that lamp, Martha.
I can't seem to find the lamp. My fingers are all thumbs.
There's a revolver in the table drawer behind you, sir. I don't read it. Stand perfectly still, all of you.
Now, please, friends all, don't be alarmed.
Are you English?
That's right, miss. Born and bred in Streatham. Which of you is the British consul?
I am the British resident, sir. My name is Richardson. May I ask the meaning of this tomfoolery?
Well, that's just what I'm here to tell you. Or maybe I'd better show you. Now, observe me right hand. I hold it up so, and as I live, a lighted cigar. But perhaps the lady doesn't like smoking in the drawing room. Now, look here, there's nothing up my sleeves. I wouldn't deceive you for the world. I turn over my hand, and would you believe it? A glass of water.
Is this man insane?
Father, I think he's trying to tell you he's a magician.
That's right, miss. Direct from the Egyptian or Piccadilly. Animal taming and magic. That's my line.
Then you're the famous witch doctor that's got all the natives in an uproar?
Nobody else, young fella.
Yes, will you tell us what you mean by this nonsense? Scaring everybody when there's no danger.
No danger? I suppose you haven't heard about Sayyid Caliph and his Gatling guns?
Gatling guns?
Kindly presented by Dr. Otto Schmidt. And believe me, all you've got is an appointment with a Gatling gun, unless my nonsense steps in. Here, take a look at this.
You can't be from the British Foreign Office.
Well, that's just what I am, Governor, and going up in the world, don't you think? By the way, I'd better give you instructions.
First century, 1918,
The envelope's pretty dirty and a little bit smelly from being under my furs and devil pink, but
read it, sir. Go on and read it.
Foreign Office, Whitehall, British Consul, Zanzibar. Bearer of this letter, the Great Mephisto.
That's me. Real name, Barney Hicks.
They must be out of their mind.
Are they? Listen, old man. I've been 3 weeks in that jungle with a Swahili interpreter. I've been bitten and stung and fried to death. But Schmidt or no Schmidt, I've got those native chiefs just where I want them. You see what happens when I announce I'm a friend of the Great White Queen? Why, you'll have 'em eaten out of your hand.
Well, that's true.
And all we've got to do is get around Sayyid Caliph here on this island.
But do we need to get around him?
The young lady, be good enough not to speak until you're spoken to.
Oh, I'm sorry, Father. Say it may be lazy and as fat as a hippopotamus. He's rather a fine old boy.
Is he?
You said something about Gatling guns.
Now listen, here's the game.
Father, I don't like this. I've never heard Nero as restless as that.
Never mind, Nero. Go on.
Well, I came over here tonight in a steam launch. Tomorrow I'm paying my state visit to the great Sultan Sayyid Caliph. Now you present me as your friend, and a friend of the Great White Queen, and I do my best tricks. Is anything wrong with your native boy?
Nyoka, be still.
You're not afraid of our witch doctor friend, are you?
No, I good Christian.
Yeah, what are you doing? Come out from under that sofa.
But, Bwana, I see something. I look out through windows. See Bwana bald head coming apart.
Well, a bald head?
That's Dr. Schmidt.
Dr. Schmidt? Well, he mustn't find me here.
Yes, I quite agree. This is most irregular.
Is there a back way out of here?
Yes, through that arch. Stay in the back room. Naoko will show you.
Me go with witch doctor.
Yes, honey, please.
I don't like.
Never mind what you like. You go.
I like myself.
German East Africa.
It's all right, they've gone.
Yes, about time, too. Good evening, Dr. Schmidt. Pleasure to see you. Always a pleasure to see you.
My friends, I wish I could say it was such a pleasure to see you.
Isn't it, Doctor?
This at any time but now. Do not mistake me, I beg of you. No, it is that confounded line, Nero. Always I say it will happen, and now it has happened.
What about Nero?
My friends, I regret. Their Smith is killed. There's tasted blood.
What's that?
You permit that I sit down and take off my sun helmet. I am not young and I'm tired.
It's not Sayyid Caliph.
Yeah, it is so. Yes, this that line once door.
Oh, poor old boy. He was our friend. He's not dead.
Yeah, I regret. Yeah, he is dead. Sultan of Zanzibar is dead.
Oh, yeah. But how did the lion ever get at him?
He drank too much pum. That was his trouble. He got drunk and think he can do too much. So he opened the door into the lion's cage.
Into the cage?
Yeah, would you believe it? Not easily, but it is true. Over to Paris, there is what you call gnashing of teeth. The son Novius in tears.
Did you see this happen, Doctor?
No. I go there later and they tell me. It's all of us because of some foolish toy. Doomhead toy. Just been stuck over the head and thrown into the cage by someone who did not like him.
That's more likely, if you ask me.
My friend, it is foolishness. Everybody liked old man. There was a father to his people and a kind friend.
Doctor, are you telling us that Said may have been put into that cage unconscious?
It is what one African soldier says, yeah.
Well, then he may still be alive.
Alive? It is impossible.
It's more than possible. A lion may maul an unconscious man, but it doesn't often kill him. This is vital. Vital to Said himself and others as well. You're a doctor. Can't you go and make sure?
My friend, I regret. I am not that kind of a doctor.
Harris, you may be right. I think I'd better go myself. Is this a good idea, sir? I'll stay here and entertain Dr. Schmidt. Unless, of course, he wants to go too.
No, I think. I do not like sights of that sort. I have a tender heart and I have illnesses. Besides, you can do nothing. I tell you, he is dead.
We'll see. Martha, you better come with me. Your nurse's training may be of some use at last.
Hadn't we better go the back way and speak to Nyoka?
Yes, Nyoka mustn't be troubled in that back room.
A very good evening to you, Dr. Schmidt.
Mr. Harris, they have good hearts. They're so foolish. I would give my own right arm to that poor man. But, well, you must have philosophy. You must cheer and bear it.
Yes. Now, Doctor, we're all alone.
So we are. We must sit down and have a nice, comfortable chat. Yes?
Definitely, yes.
Oh.
I wanted to have a word with you anyway.
So? About what, Mr. Harris?
Various things.
I am happy to give you all the time in the world. I like talking to young people. It makes me feel young again myself.
Like, Nobi?
Nobi?
Said Khalif's eldest son, the new Sultan.
One fine young man. Or a savage.
Yes, but weak, easy to manage, and very fond of his father, too. It's a wonder he didn't have the lion shot after they got the body away.
Shot with butt, my friend. I beg your pardon, but I do not consider the matters funny. No. But shot with blood. These brutes, they have nothing but loading muskets. Get nearer with those?
Suppose they had Gatling guns.
Pardon?
Just suppose that, of course.
Of course. Well, my friend, Gatlings would be of no better use. You only wound. To kill a lion, you must reach the eye or heart with a high-power bullet. What is the matter with us? Why are we talking of these things?
Talking of death, you mean? Of Said Khalif, who gave all the trade concessions on Zanzibar to the British?
My friend, I was talking about express rifles.
Look here, don't you find it warm in here?
Yeah, a little.
Yes, it smells of animal's fur, doesn't it? I'll just raise those sun blinds.
No. You must not trouble yourself to do that.
It's no trouble.
I beg of you not to trouble. It is not necessary.
Doctor, you've been mopping your forehead ever since you've been here. Little fresh air never hurt anybody. Here. That better?
Much. Why not sit down, my boy, and we have a nice chat?
Fine enough night. No smell of the animal's cage here.
My friend, you talk like a hunter.
Yes. Or a victim. Yes, it's a fine night. At least for this part of the world. Fire's still burning on the mainland. I wonder if that's a good sign.
What?
I wish I knew. And the sea is like skim milk under the moon. And, good Lord.
What is it? What makes you jump?
Look there, in the harbor.
My friend, I see nothing. Perhaps if I take off my spectacles and dive...
My man, you must see it. In the harbor, out at the left there, beyond the shadow of those big palm trees. Don't you see our riding lights? It looks... By George, it is. It's a warship.
'Tis only a German gunboat, my friend. Only a very little German gunboat.
German gunboat.
My friend, you must not be so distrustful. That is not kind.
Let me get a telescope.
But I tell you who she is. It is nothing. She's on what you call a goodwill tour. You're not angry.
Angry? My friend.
Well, I did not know. I could not guess. That is, the England is hard to understand.
We know that ourselves.
I tell you something in confidence. The Germans are sensitive. The British objected. The natives feel too strong. I tell the gunboat to go away. I fire an express rifle. It has a sound. Boom! You cannot mistake one another. That is why I think of an express rifle. But if nobody will object.
Why, not the least bit. Tell me, Doctor, do you like it here on this island?
Well, it's not bad.
Don't you ever want to get away from a forsaken mud heap like this?
My friend, I am a German. My duty is here, so I stay here.
Yes, I know. Between ourselves, that's exactly my position.
But you are young.
That's not the point. It's the importance of the job. The British don't rule Zanzibar. We hold the trade concessions from Said Khalif, and our residency has to protect them. But even you, Doctor, would be surprised at the amount of trade that we have to protect and the revenue that comes out of this island.
It's so now. You don't say so.
I do say so.
Is it so much?
More than you think. Of course, I'm not allowed to give you any figures.
No, of course not. I would not dream of asking you. How much would you say it comes to, roughly?
Oh, come now, Doctor. As one gentleman to another, you're not asking me to give away secrets.
Oh, no. That's only a joke, you understand. Please do not try to up-trip me. I would try to pull your leg, and it was only a joke, believe me.
It's all in the game, isn't it?
Yes, all in the game is gentlemen.
Oh, Doctor, you're quite a humorist.
You're not dependent.
Not at all. No, as I was saying, I hold a rather important job. Of course, Mr. Richardson holds an even more important one. He's been very friendly with old Said Khalif on this job. Of course, you know what that job is.
Of course. He's the British consul. What is the matter with you? You're not smiling any longer. Why are you looking at me like that?
So that's it. That's the game. You made exactly the same mistake that he did.
Yes, who did?
Dr. Schmidt, have you met the great lord of the witch doctors? The maker of spells and the tamer of lions?
I am a good Christian. I pay no attention to what natives say. I do not believe in witch doctors.
No, neither do I. Not in this one, at any rate.
What one?
The witch doctor who came here tonight and said that he was on a mission for the British Foreign Office. He's an imposter from the word go, and you're working with him. Oh, don't upset your chair like that, Dr. Schmidt. Because if you fall on it, you may hurt yourself.
I have not hurt myself, young man.
Oh, yes, you have. The fellow who came here tonight addressed Mr. Richardson as the British consul. That might have been a slip of the tongue. But then you see the letter on the table there?
I have eyesight, I thank you.
That letter is supposed to come from the Foreign Office, and it calls him the British consul, too. I heard it read aloud. Foreign Office may make mistakes, but they don't make mistakes like that. That letter, Doctor, is a forgery. It was forged by a German, and probably by the German who calls himself Barney Hicks, or the Great Mephisto. He's in the back room now.
No, he's not, Governor. He's standing in the doorway behind you now.
Yes, I thought I heard you.
Don't turn around to look at me. I'm just warning you.
Have you got anything to enforce that?
Yes. I've got a 500 express rifle that could smear you all over the opposite wall.
Karl, hast du abgematust?
Unter keinen...
If you fellows are going to shoot me, I wish you'd speak English about it.
Karl, I beg of you. No. Don't fire that rifle.
Exactly. You see, Carl, I'm turning around.
This is all very... now, Karl.
You see what the doctor means, Carl? If you fire that rifle, you'll send your gunboat out of that harbor just when you need it. Isn't that the signal, Doctor? To send the gunboat away?
Karl, I beg of you.
Yes, it is. Very simple, economical German signal. So, you two killed Said Khalif.
But the slender.
That cannot be proved. Had to do it, I imagine. Said was the one chief that you couldn't buy or frighten with your witch doctor, so you got rid of him. Tomorrow morning, the witch doctor would have appeared. He'd have scared the daylights out of a weak and superstitious son, Noby.
I told you I was fairly good at my work, Governor. And I am.
Yes, and then the witch doctor would have taken over everything. The British resident had to be bamboozled for 24 hours to keep him out of the way with a ghost story about a British agent. And there was a gunboat in the harbor in case of trouble.
Slight mistake there, Governor. There is a gunboat in the harbor.
Yes.
It's really worked out beautifully. The Emperor should be pleased. I don't think your White Queen would be very happy, though. I'm the great witch doctor to that frightened mob over there. Say it is dead. And there's a German gunboat in the harbor.
Listen. I think I hear something. Whoever's out there, stay back. Whoever's out there, stay back.
Listen to me. He is alive. He's alive.
This is impossible.
We can see him breathe. We don't even think he's badly hurt, but he's still in the cage, unconscious.
Still in the cage? You mean they can't get him out of there?
If he wakes up or they attempt anything, Nero will tear him to pieces. The whole crowd over there is nearly crazy, but they don't dare go into the cage.
Well, gentlemen, you should have been more careful. If they do get Said out of there alive, you're done for. Be quiet. Listen.
Noby and the rest of the natives are coming up here now.
See here, miss. Are you talking about the old boy's son?
Noby, yes. He wants to see the witch doctor.
The witch doctor? This puts you in some slight trouble, Carl.
Listen to me, miss. I couldn't get that old buzzard out away from that line, even if I've got to get out of here.
You're late now, my dear witch doctor. The natives have surrounded the house.
Who's that?
It's Noby. He's coming down the hall.
My Noby. Speak white language. Carry salt and swans. Witch doctor? Much respect. Fall on floor.
Go ahead. Play your part, Carl. Play your ruddy part.
Get up again. Great medicine man. Father heard. Engaged with lion. You come.
Say something, Carl. You can't be a dumb wizard.
You come.
My dear Noby, my friend. The witch doctor can't understand you.
Hey, witch doctor. Not speak everything. Bad witch doctor.
No, it is not that. He does not hear you. He's in another world. See how his eyes close. See how he say.
I know this. He saved my father. Or maybe all of you. We will kill all white people here. Witch doctor saved my father from lion. You come.
Noby, listen to me. You needn't worry. The great witch doctor can save your father.
Go in cage?
No, not go in cage.
Strike with fire?
Yes, that's it. Strike with wizard fire. Open heaven. Flash great light. Nero scream and die. Father saved.
We must not save him. If he remain alive, he will talk. Then the natives will know.
You not want to save father?
The witch doctor does want to save your father, Noby. You see that gun under his arm?
Gun? Gun no good. Not use gun. Only wound lion. Lion in pain kill father.
No, that's not like your muskets, Noby. It's an express gun. It's a magic gun.
Magic gun?
Listen, Noby. Magic gun save your father with one shot. Just like that. Lion fall over dead. Your father well again. And our friend.
We use gun. Give me gun.
No, you could not use it, Noby. Witch doctor can use it best. Tell him to use it. Tell him to be sure that he hits the lion.
Now, look here, Harris. I've had enough of this.
Yes, Noby. If he wants to hit Nero with that white fire, he can strike the lion dead before you could wink your eyes.
Then do.
You better try it, Carl. And you better not miss him, or you know what'll happen to every white person in this room.
My hand with a shaky like.
Magician with shaky hands? That won't do.
I take your shoulder. You follow. Yala, Ngamba. All come. There is cage by Bella's door. All caught over river. bright as day. 1,000 torches all make light. Now do. Now do.
See how quiet they get when nobody raises his hand. They're praying.
So are we.
Won't do it.
You better. I told you that. They're out of hand now. If you miss, you're no witch doctor. If you had any thought of hitting Saeed instead, just imagine what they do to you.
I can't see. These torches blind me.
You do.
I think the old man's moving. If he stirs, the lion will kill him. You know what that means. That's right. Up with the rifle.
My hands are shaking.
Be careful of your sights. It's a point-blank shot.
Allah! Who called?
All right, Mizzy. The lion is dead. They can go in and carry your father out now.
Lion dead? German magic is great magic.
Yes, Sylvie, it is. But English magic is greater.
English magic better than German magic?
Yes, Sylvie, and I'll prove it. Turn around. Look out towards the harbor. I stand here. I wave my hand, like this. Nothing up my sleeves. I wouldn't deceive you for the world. I wave my hand towards the gunboat in the bay. The gunboat sails away. English magic, Nobi. English magic. And so ends The Lord of the Witch Doctors. Tonight's story of suspense.
Next Tuesday, when CBS again brings you Suspense, our story will be The Devil in the Summer House. The broadcast for next week only is scheduled for 10 p.m. Eastern Wartime, a half hour later than usual. William Spear, the producer, John Dietz, the director, Bernard Herrmann, the composer-conductor, and John Dixon Carr, the author, are all collaborators on Suspense. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
Now, as gunshots echo across the wind-swept, snow-covered reaches of the wild Northwest, Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, the breakfast cereal shot from guns, present the challenge of the Yukon. It's Yukon King, swiftest and strongest lead dog of the Northwest, blazing the trail for Sergeant Preston of the Northwest Mounted Police in his relentless pursuit of lawbreakers.
Run, King! Run, you huskies!
Gold discovered in the Yukon. A stampede to the Klondike in a wild race for riches. Back to the days of the gold rush. With Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, bringing you the adventures of Sergeant Preston and his wonder dog Yukon King as they meet the challenge of the Yukon. Say, are you game for a dare?
Who, me? Sure I am. What's up?
Well then, tomorrow morning, try a breakfast of Quaker Puffed Rice or Quaker Puffed Wheat topped with milk and fruit. Boy, I just dare you to say it doesn't hit the spot. These ready-to-serve king-size kernels of premium wheat or rice are shot from guns. Yes, Quaker Puff rice and Quaker Puff wheat are actually exploded up to 8 times normal size. That's why they're so crisp, tender, delicious. Tomorrow, just you try this breakfast treat. Quaker Puff rice or Quaker Puff wheat.
Jello. Hey, see, I could work in the long-term care home.
It was summer in the Yukon.
Stop putting
Old Hank
buckwheat in
Miller,
Jello.
owner of the Selkirk Mining Company,
Asshole, they ain't got
sat
no
in the
teeth.
living room of his home outside of Selkirk, with his foot propped up on a footstool. He was talking to Dave Small, cafe owner and part-time lawyer in Selkirk.
I asked you to come here, Dave, because I got a legal job for you to do.
A legal job, hmm?
Yeah. I want you to fix up a will for me.
A will? Just because you got rheumatism in your leg don't mean you're going to pass on, Hank.
Oh, I don't aim to pass on yet, Dave. Just want to get this will business settled before my son gets here.
Your son, you say?
That's right.
Well, I didn't know you had a son, or any other relatives for that matter, Hank.
Surprise, eh? So will a lot of others be.
Where is this son you speak of?
Well, he's been back east in the States. Fact is, I haven't laid eyes on him since he was a baby.
Well, what do you know? How'd that happen?
Well, let's see now. It was almost 22 years ago that I said goodbye to my wife and newborn son, went west to make my way. Mamie died, and the boy was raised by her ma. I expect he's quite a man now, Dave.
Have you kept in touch with him, Hank?
Well, now off and on, George and I have been writing back and forth. Of course, most of the letters came from Mamie's ma, the boy's grandmother, you know.
Oh, I see.
Seems like the grandmother died not so long ago. George wrote me about it. Then it came yesterday. Here, it's right on the table. Read it if you like, Dave.
Mm-hmm. Now that Grandma's gone, I have no one but you, Dad. Wanted to join you long ago, but couldn't leave her alone.
See, the old lady was ailing and couldn't travel.
I see.
Read the rest of it, Dave. That's the best part.
I'm coming out now to be with you and to help you run the mining
His whole
company.
family got murdered.
Found
6
out I
months
can get a boat from Seattle that'll arrive there the middle of July. Well, say, Hank, the boat he means must be the one that gets in day after tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I guess this bum leg will keep me from meeting him at the boat landing. I'll have to send one of the men into Selkirk to bring George out here.
I suppose he sent you a tintype of himself so you know what he looks like.
No, he didn't, Dave. And I never got around to sending him a picture either. You know how it is.
Yes. Well, say, since I'm right there in town, why not let me meet your son?
How you going to know him?
Oh, I can go aboard, find out from the captain.
Oh, there's no use going to all that trouble, Dave. One of my
Why,
men-
that's no trouble at all. Have to come out anyway to bring the regular forms for the will you want made.
That's so. Well, it's mighty nice of you. It'll save one of the men the trip.
All right, it's all settled then. I'll be getting back to town now.
I'll be looking for you and my son day after tomorrow. Then.
We'll come on out here right from the boat.
This guy
Go
plays
on,
every
Bye,
character this
Dave,
guy
and
plays is
thanks a lot.
creepy, but he has perfect diction.
The following afternoon, Dave Small looked up as one of his men at the cafe entered his office.
That's the one that substituted
Jake, what's on your mind?
Preston.
There's a young fella just come into the cafe asking for a job, boss. The card shark. Just come over the trail from Whitehorse. I don't think we need anyone else, Jake. He's a good-looking fella. Be good to have around the gaming room, seems to me, boss. Wait a minute. Maybe I could use him at that. Have him come in here, all right? Hey, fella, come in here a minute. Boss willing to take me on? He wants to talk to you. Come on. I hear you want to work for me. That's right. I'm sort of handy with cards. Thought you might have a place here. Have any friends here? No, I just got in. Worked my way up in a scow that came from Whitehorse, going on through to Dawson. I see. Then there's no one in town who knows you. No. My name is Joe Weeks. How old are you? 22. I worked my way west 3 years ago from Chicago, then came up here. I thought you were from somewhere in the east. Look, Weeks, I have a plan in mind that could bring you a nice little pile. If you're willing to play along? Sure. Why not? What's the deal? Well, first of all, if you accept my proposition, you'll have to change your name.
Change my name?
That's right. Instead of Joe Weeks, you'll be known as George Miller, son of Hank Miller, owner of the Selkirk Mining Company. You're one of the wealthiest men around here.
The next day, Sergeant Preston, the Northwest Mounted Police, stood with his great dog King on the boat landing at Selkirk, watching as the passengers disembarked from the boat. Suddenly, Sergeant Preston spoke to King.
There's Corporal Harding now, King. Hello, Corporal. We're over here.
Hi there, Sergeant. Well, hello there, King. It's good to see both of you again.
How's the trip from Dawson City?
Fine. Had good company, too. Young Easterner from the States is coming here to join his father.
Oh?
They'll be meeting for the first time in 20 years, he told me. Father left the East when the chap was a baby. Maybe you know the father, Hank Miller. Lives outside of town.
Hank Miller? Oh, yes, I've heard of him. He's the head of the Selkirk Mining Company.
Looks like it couldn't come in to meet you, George, so I'll take you out.
Oh, that's nice of you. Sorry that Dad's laid up with rheumatism, like we said.
Oh, there he goes now. That's young Miller.
I see. I didn't get a look at the man with him. Probably one of his father's men. Well, come on to my cabin, Corporal. We'll discuss our business there. Come along, King.
A short time later, in Dave Small's office, George Miller finished talking about himself.
Gad, I guess that's about all there is to tell about my life in the East, Mr. Small.
I hope you don't think I'm being too inquisitive and asking about you this way, George. Being one of your father's friends, I'm greatly interested.
Not at all.
Yeah, I guess everything's under control here. Had to stop by to pick up some papers your father wanted me to bring out. Come on, I have a couple of horses waiting out there.
I'm sure anxious to get out of there. See, Dad.
I know just how you feel. Isn't much of a ride. We'll be there before you know it. Let's go.
Sergeant Preston's cabin in Selkirk was on the edge of town along the trail that led to the Selkirk Mining Company mine and the home of Hank Miller. It was King who called attention to the fact that someone was riding along the trail.
What's the matter, King?
Running to the door.
Yes, someone's riding along the trail outside. Oh, there are two riders on the trail. I can see them from this window.
Oh, yeah. That's the same fellow who got off the boat, young Miller.
The other one's the cafe owner. I recognize him now. Chap with the name of Dave Small. Guess he's taking Miller out to his father's place.
I like George Miller. Nice, clean-cut chap. He asked me to stop by and meet his father before I left Selkirk.
Well, that'll be easy, Corporal. The trail to Beaver Dam that you'll be taking tonight goes right past the Miller place. Why not stop in then?
Good idea. I'll do it. When I come back, I'll have him meet you too, Sergeant, since he's going to stay here permanently. Well, shall we start getting my grub together for the trip, Sergeant?
That's a good idea. He'll be back here in 5 days, so you won't have too much to carry. Come on, I'll help you get it packed.
Meantime, George Miller and Dave Small rode some distance up the trail toward the Miller place.
Gonna have to get used to calling this country my home, Mr. Small. Gonna be strange calling someone Dad, too.
You'll soon get used to it. I would... Hey, two riders coming along that fork to the left, riding pretty fast, too.
Say, they have handkerchiefs covering part of their faces. Maybe they're going to...
You better stop. Hold there. Hold. Hold there. Now, what's the meaning of this?
Never mind the questions, mister. We got you covered. You don't want to get a slug of lead to us? This is a holdup. We don't have anything worth taking. I don't see why you...
Shut up, you. Now, see here. This is an outbreak.
You got nothing to worry about, mister. I'm taking this other fellow with me. Oh, I won't go anywhere with you.
Careful, George. They have guns.
Sure, and we'll use them, too. Weeks, you ride up the trail with that older fellow. Young guy's going to ride back along the branch trail with me. What's this all about? Never mind. Now get going, you two.
All right. Come on, mister. And don't forget I've got this gun held on you.
I guess there's nothing else to do right now.
Get up. All right, fella. Now you and I are riding on that branch trail. Get going if you know what's good for you. Get up. Get up there.
Well, Weeks, we put that over. There's the Miller place just ahead.
Sure looks like a prosperous man lives in that place.
Hank Miller's wealthy, like I told you. Now make sure you get everything straight before we get there.
I think I got everything straight. I even memorized that note you stole from the old man.
Good. Remember the facts I found out from young Miller about himself. Old Hank Miller's no fool.
I'm beginning to feel that I am George Miller. How long do I have to keep up the act for?
Once that will is signed, I have a feeling the old man will meet with an accident of some kind. Jake will take care of the real George Miller.
Then what?
Then you, as heir to the Miller Holdings, will sell out for me at my price. And leave the territory with a nice, tidy sum for your trouble.
I didn't figure on tying in with any killing.
But you're in too deep to back out, Weeks, and don't go getting cold feet. All you have to do is play the part well. If you don't, well, there might be another killing you didn't figure on. Now we go in so you can meet your long-lost father. Get up there. Get up.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Boy, wouldn't it be something if any time you like, you could make a wish and have it come true quick as a flash?
I can do it.
You?
Oh, dear.
Hey, where'd you come from?
I can make anything you want come true. Right now, too.
Who are you? You look like you just stepped out of a storybook. What with your turban and pointed shoes?
My name is Aladdin.
Aladdin? Oh. And I suppose that's your magic lamp you're carrying.
That's right.
Uh-huh. Now tell me you're going to rub that lamp a few licks and the genie will come and bring me anything I want.
Try it.
Well, let's see. Okay. I'd like your genie of the lamp to produce a table set up with the keenest tasting breakfast there is. Man alive! What? That's terrific, Aladdin. Look at that. A table's appeared from nowhere. On it are two bowls. One brim full of Quaker puffed wheat, the other of Quaker puffed rice.
One is for you, and one is for me. Take your choice.
Boy, there's milk and sugar on them, and sliced bananas, too. Oh, but look. How'd your genie of the lamp know that wheat or rice shot from guns makes the tastiest breakfast ever?
He's the smartest genie in the whole world.
I'll say he is. And say, Aladdin, pardon me a moment. I'd like to pass on a tip to all the fellas and girls listening. If you're wishing for a breakfast that's got 'em all beat for tasting swell, tomorrow morning eat Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice topped with milk or cream and fruit. These giant king-size grains are shot from guns to make 'em bigger and better tasting. Yes, they're exploded up to 8 times normal size to make 'em crisp and tender. Wheat or rice shot from guns is nourishing, too. Furnishes extra food values of restored natural grain amounts of vitamin B1, niacin, and iron. Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice are never sold in bags or bulk. Ask Mom right now to order these famous big red and blue Quaker packages. Look for the smiling Quaker man on the front. He's your guarantee that you're getting the original, the one and only Quaker puffed rice and Quaker puffed wheat. The corporal left Sergeant Preston's cabin to go to Beaver Dam with the intention of stopping to see George Miller. Preston was surprised to hear hoofbeats stopping outside.
What? Sounds like the corporal coming back, King.
Hi, Sergeant.
Corporal, what brings you back? Forget something?
No, I haven't. There's something I don't understand. I want you to know about it.
What's that?
Well, I dropped by to see young Miller. A young fellow opened the door. I asked for George Miller.
Go on.
He said he was George Miller, that he'd arrived that day.
That's strange.
Yes. I didn't know what to say, so I excused myself and left.
Maybe the fellow you met on the boat wasn't George Miller after all.
It's possible. But we saw that cafe owner meet him at the boat and call him George, and then they rode past here this afternoon together. I'm wondering what happened to the other chap, the one I met.
Maybe we can find out.
How?
With King. You can follow the tracks they made when they passed here this afternoon.
Say, that's an idea. I'm sure curious about all this.
So am I. I'll get my hat. Yes, King, you can come on. All right, let's go, Corporal. The horse is still saddled. There are the tracks they made. I'll tighten this cinch. Easy, fella, easy now. Here, King. Follow them, King. Find the boy. King has the saddle. Steady, fella. Let's go, Corporal. Get up there.
Yep. running around in circles.
Yes. 2 men stopped here, see? They were joined by 2 others who came along the branch trail, and they rode on.
Why doesn't King follow along the trail if they both rode on?
I don't know. I'm beginning to see why King's confused.
What?
The 2 men who passed my cabin must have separated. Notice how King runs up the trail a bit and then doubles back to the branch trail?
Hey, that could be it.
I think we'll follow the track to go along the branch trail and see where they lead. Go that way, fella. That way. Get up there.
Sergeant Preston and the corporal followed King for some distance along the narrow branch trail. Finally, as they rounded a bend, Sergeant Preston pulled up and called out to King.
Oh, there. King, quiet, fella.
Why we stopped here?
Look over there to the left.
No cabin, well off the trail.
Yes. All right, over there and see who's inside. Get up. Come on up.
Look. Someone's opened the door, Sergeant.
Yes, that's an awful. I'll talk to him from here. Hold there. Hold on.
This is private property. You got no right coming here. You must be our money.
Who's in that cabin with you, mister?
Nobody. I live here alone. I get going.
I can see the tip of 2 horses' heads at the back of the cabin, Sergeant.
I know, he's lying. They won't hesitate to use that rifle, I'm sure.
You got no right coming here, like I said. Even if you're money, I use this rifle if I have to.
Maybe if we separated, one going to the
No,
left.
he might get one of us before we got close enough to use our revolvers. King, fella. Go get him, boy.
I'm getting impatient.
He sees King.
The scrub's high enough to give King cover. Watch him.
As the 2 Mounties sat facing the threatening rifle in the hands of Jake, King, seeming to know what was expected of him, crouched low, and then, hidden by the scrub growth, crept silently off to one side, gradually circling around until he appeared at the side of the cabin out of Jake's sight. Sergeant Preston watched as King moved slowly forward.
Watch King, Corporal. Be ready.
I said to get going. I've given you time enough to get off my property. Now use force.
As Jake moved away from the cabin a bit and took aim at the 2 Mounties, the great dog King, moving like a streak of lightning, moved around the edge of the cabin and leaped.
Pick him up!
There, come on.
Get him off of the area!
Oh, hold on. Down, King. Down. Steady, Pop.
It's gone. He sneaked up on me. Keep him away.
Watch him, King. Steady, rifle, Corporal. Someone on that bunk over there. Just a minute, and I'll loosen that gag. There. Now to cut these cords on your ankles and wrists.
Uniform. You must be a Mountie. I've heard of them in the States. Met one, too.
There you are. Who are you?
My name's George Miller. Mr. Small and I were held up on the trail. I was brought here. The other bandit went with Mr. Small.
I see. Corporal!
He was watching that fella outside.
Corporal. Gosh, I'm sure glad to see you.
Sergeant, this is a man I met on the boat, George Miller.
He told me. But you say there's already a George Miller at the Miller place, Corporal.
There can't be. I was to arrive home today. Mr. Small was taking me out to meet my father for the first time.
Corporal told me about that. What did the other hold-up man look like, do you know?
About my age. Black hair, sort of wavy. Didn't wear a hat. Had dark eyes, too. Couldn't tell much more. He wore a handkerchief over his mouth.
That fits the description of the one who answered the door at the Miller place and said he was George Miller.
Oh. That's not true. I'm George Miller.
We believe you, George, and I begin to see the whole thing. It wasn't any ordinary hold-up a while ago. I have reason to believe your father's going to have trouble, too. We'll have to work fast. We're going to help you and him. Corporal, take that man outside back to town, will you?
Yes, Sergeant.
King and I will go with George to his father's place and straighten this thing out. Let's get going.
Meantime, back at the Miller place, Weeks, with Dave Small's help, had been getting acquainted with his so-called father.
Your father certainly gave us a fine dinner, George. Yes, he certainly did, Mr. Small. I enjoyed it a lot, Father.
Well, I had it cooked up special for you, son. Say, I've been thinking about that fella that came to the door before supper. You say he wore a police uniform?
Yes, he was one of those Mounties you have up here. I can't understand why he asked if I lived here.
That's just what I've been wondering.
That. Well, I told the Mounties in town to be on the lookout in case I missed George at the boat. They're mighty efficient, I can tell you.
Oh, I guess that was it. He was checking up. Mighty nice of him to come way out here. You should have asked him in to supper, George.
I didn't think of it. He sort of took me by surprise. Yes, I can understand that. You're fortunate to have such a nice young fellow for a son, Hank.
Yes, I guess I am at that. Oh, did you bring over that paper you were going to fix up for me, Dave?
I sure did. Got it right here in my pocket. You want to look it over?
Yeah. Well, I guess that's what I asked for, all right. But there's one thing I forgot to have put in this will.
What's that?
I wanted to leave everything to George right enough, but...
That's the way I have it drawn up.
Sure. I want to write in a condition to the will, Dave.
A condition?
Well, I worked hard to form that mining company. I wanted to stay in the family. I hope for George to get married and to pass it along to his son when he has one someday. That's why I want you to say in this will that George isn't to sell or trade off any part of the company. While George and I was alone here when you left us to sort of get acquainted before supper, I told him about how much I thought of the company and all.
And you mean he won't get the inheritance unless he agrees to that condition?
Yes. I know George won't mind at all, will you, son?
Well, now, wait a minute. I bet he put that idea in your head when you had that talk. After making a deal with me, he's planning to double-cross you. This is the first I've heard about it.
Yeah, just a minute, Small. What's that about George making a deal with you? Do you mean to say that...
Don't pay any attention to him, Father. Oh, forget me, huh? Now, you listen to me, Weeks. I'll let you...
Hold on. Maybe you take me for an old fool, but I'm beginning to see things right. You just made a slip, Small, in calling him Weeks. I'm thinking he isn't my boy at all.
You're right, he isn't. Go ahead and tell him you're just a cheap gambler, Weeks. You... Now, put up that gun, Weeks. Put it up. We can still make this work out if we pull together.
Not if you gave away our plan. So I'm right. You were planning to trick me. You had this sneak pose as my son.
Shut up. You sign that will, Miller, just as it is, right now.
It wouldn't do any good now that I know he isn't George. When George does get hit...
He won't, so forget it. Here's a pen. Sign that paper.
No. After I signed it, you'd kill me off, I guess. I'm not signing that. I thought that slick, ornery fella couldn't be my boy.
I said sign that paper.
Oh. Scaring me with a gun, huh? They're going to kill me. At least you won't have that paper signed. Go ahead and shoot.
Go ahead like he says, Small. I'm as good at taking signatures as I am at playing cards. I'll sign it myself. We'll find a copy of his signature in that desk over there.
A forger, too, huh? Well, you won't get away with it. I'll tear up this...
No, you won't. Give me that. No.
I didn't have this bum leg tape, Small. I'd lick you for that, old as I am.
Shoot him, Small, and tie me up and get out of here. If anyone comes to the mine to investigate the shot, I'll say someone murdered my father.
All right, Hank Miller. This is it.
You don't... Oh, my wrist! Come here. Go. The old man's in front of me, Monty. Drop your gun or I'll put a bullet in him.
As Joe Weeks stood looking at Sergeant Preston, he failed to see the big gray shadow that streaked through the open door and headed his way. With a snarling lunge, King bore Weeks to the floor.
Help! Get away! Get off!
Don't get easy, fella.
Now, that dog... I still had my gun. I'd kill any old man, too. I heard all I can take from you. Why, you dirty son. I'll show you. This will show you. Oh, Donna, I had enough.
No more. Sure good hitting, young fella. Yes, sir. Well, you both got here just in time. They were aiming to kill me off. I guess they already did away with my boy George, who was to come to live with me.
Why don't you take a good look at this young fellow, Mr. Miller?
Do you mean that he's...
Hello there.
Yes, this is George Miller, your son.
My boy. Say now, you're the image of me when I was your age. And you fight just as good, too. Oh, I suspected that slinky galoot wasn't a Miller. That's why I suggested putting a condition in my will, just to see what they'd say.
Dad, Preston and King, along with another Marty, saved me.
Oh, it sure is good to have someone calling me Dad. Yeah. Well, thanks a lot, Sergeant. Thanks a lot to that fine dog of yours, too. Yes, sir. He looks pleased as all get out sitting there, seeming to understand everything we're saying.
I guess he does, Mr. Miller. We can all say that thanks to King, this case is closed.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 50.
In just a moment, Sergeant Preston will give you a preview of Friday's adventure. Fellas and girls, remember, your grocer now has special new Model Farm packages of Quaker Puff Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice. Yes, the famous breakfast cereals shot from guns now come on 8 different, exciting new packages. And on a single package, you get as many as 6 different models of farm buildings and farm animals. These models are yours at no extra cost. There's no waiting. So shake a leg. Get in on the fun. Start building yourself a swell model farm pronto. Remember, you can now get 46 keen, detailed scale models on packages of Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice. They're yours at no extra cost. Yes, they're yours for the asking when you ask for Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice. These radio dramas, a feature of the Challenge of the Yukon Incorporated, are created and produced by George W. Trendle, directed by Fred Flowerday, and edited by Fran Stryker. The part of Sergeant Preston is played by Paul Sutton. They are brought to you every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at this same time by Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, the breakfast cereals shot from guns. Listen Friday, when Sergeant Preston and Yukon King meet the challenge of the Yukon in the case of Grizzly Grayson. Grizzly Grayson was a notorious criminal. King and I found him dead on the floor of a canyon. I was due for a big surprise when I brought in Grayson's body. I was met by a constable who told me Grizzly Grayson was in jail and very much alive. This led to one of the most amazing adventures King and I have ever had.
Be sure to hear this exciting adventure Friday. For a delicious hot breakfast, eat Quaker Oats. The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats. Yes, the giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats. Delicious, nutritious, makes you feel ambitious. The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats. Say, boys and girls, do you want to be a star someday in sports and activities? Then start on good Quaker Oats breakfast tomorrow. Because nourishing oatmeal gives you more growth and endurance than any other whole grain cereal. Still less than 1 penny a serving. Quaker and Mother's Oats are the same. This is J. Michael wishing you goodbye, good luck, and good health from Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice. So long. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
Now, as gunshots echo across the wind-swept, snow-covered reaches of the wild Northwest, Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, the breakfast cereal shot from guns, present the challenge of the Yukon. It's Yukon King, swiftest and strongest lead dog of the Northwest, blazing the trail for Sergeant Preston of the Northwest Mounted Police in his relentless pursuit of lawbreakers. On King, on you huskies! Gold discovered in the Yukon. A stampede to the Klondike in a wild race for riches. Back to the days of the gold rush. With Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, bringing you the adventures of Sergeant Preston and his wonder dog Yukon King as they meet the challenge of the Yukon. Fellas and girls, long hours at school or playing basketball, baseball, or other games calls for a hearty breakfast. Tomorrow, make yours a breakfast of delicious Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice with milk or cream and fruit. Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice furnish added health benefits of restored natural grain amounts of vitamin B1, niacin, and iron. What's more, these ready-to-serve king-size kernels of premium wheat or rice are shot from guns to make them crisp and tender. They're delicious. Yes, try them. You'll say, here are breakfasts we like to eat. Quaker Puffed Rice and Quaker Puffed Wheat.
Jack Madison and his father had gone to the Klondike with high hopes, but bad luck and hardship had dogged their activities. Their cash was nearly gone. Jack's father had become an invalid, and Jack himself had finally been forced to abandon work on his mine, the Klondike Queen. He didn't know that two men worked there secretly. Carslake and Peavy went into the mine night after night to work by lantern light. They were deepening a side tunnel.
Hold the light a little closer to the wall. Hey, Carslake. Carslake, that rock looks different from the rest. Hold that light steady. There's color in there, see? Yeah, I see it. Well, what's it mean? Peavy, it means we've got gold. Carslake, you sure of it? You dead sure? Do you know anyone that savvies mineral better than I do? No, but I knew all along that Jack Madison's vein hadn't run out. I knew he would strike the mother lode if he'd kept going through the fault, but he didn't. And now we've found it. Carslake, is it a rich vein? You sure we got the mother lode? Just a minute. Hold that lantern closer, Peavy. Yeah, sure thing. Anything you say. That all right? Fine. Mighty fine. Richer than it was before Madison lost it. It's the richest vein I've seen. Then we're rich, Carslake. We're rich. Just a minute, Peavy. Maybe you forget that this isn't our tunnel. It still belongs to Jack Madison. Oh, yeah, that's so. But we'll buy it from him, that's what we'll do. We'll buy it. He won't sell. Sure he will. He thinks this mine is petered out. He quit it, left it. He'll suspect something if we try to buy it. Chances are he'll come here and look around. He'll see where we've been working. Yeah, maybe so. Better cover the work we've done so he won't notice it. He won't do business with us anyway, Peavy. Not after the way we cleaned him on that other deal. Oh, that. Yeah, that. He was pretty sore about that deal. Sure he was. Who wouldn't be sore? How would you feel if someone took all your savings on a gold mine that had been salted? Well, maybe I could make him think my conscience bothers me after that last deal. Your conscience? Well, it's worth a try. I happen to know he needs cash and needs it bad. His father's a very sick man. Jack wants to take him away from here. Well, go ahead and try. Well, if Madison won't sell, I've got another plan. Maybe you better try that one first. I don't want to, Carslake. Why not? I've got nothing against Jack Madison. He's all right. I'd hate to see him put to death by savages. Savages? Indians. That's what my other plan would mean. I'll call him first thing in the morning and see if he'll sell out. If he won't, well, one way or the other, Carslake, we're going to have this gold.
The following morning, Peavy and Carslake went to the small cabin where Jack Madison lived with his father.
Hello, Madison. Peavy. Mind if I step in for a minute? You're not welcome in this house. Should that goes double for me? Just a minute. Please listen to me. Talk fast and get going. It's about that deal we had, that property you bought from me and Carslake. What about it? Well, Jack, I didn't know your Klondike Queen mine had petered out. I didn't know you'd given it up. Oh, you did? No, I thought you were getting rich. When Carslake suggested we unload some worthless land on you, I figured you could afford a loss. What about it, Peavy? I didn't know we were taking every cent you had. Well, you know it now. Yes, and I'm downright sorry. I want to do something about it. And take back the land you sold us and return our cash. Well, I can't do that, Jack. I'd like to, but... But what? Well, you see, Carslake has most of the cash, and he's not like me. He doesn't have a conscience. I've got to get the cash from him, and he'd never buy back the land we sold you. No, I reckon not. He knows it's not worth a cent. That's just it, Mr. Madison. But, Jack, here's something he doesn't know. He doesn't know how the Klondike Queen is petered out. He thinks the mine is worth something. Now, if you'd sell it cheap, I could get back all you lost. I thought you and Carslake were pals. We are. You're ready to double-cross him on our account? Jack, it's my cousin. You scheming polecat, it's no go. Oh, Jack. I did business with you once, that was enough. You need cash, don't you? Mammals! Wants to buy the Klondike Queen, huh? Maybe I'd better have another look at that tunnel. Certainly, do you think there's any chance that Peavy was sincere? He was. He wouldn't have brought Carslake here with him, Dad. Is Carslake here? Yeah. I can see him through the window. Peavy has joined him over there next to the creek.
You didn't make out at all, eh, Peavy?
Yeah, no.
I didn't think you would.
Carslake, are you sure you covered all the signs where we worked in the Klondike Queen?
Yeah.
Madison will probably go there to see why I wanted it.
You said you had another plan.
Yes, I have. It'll be mighty rough on Madison, but he had his chance.
When Jack Madison investigated his mine, he found it just as he'd left it. All signs of recent digging had been removed. Carslake had been clever in concealing the work he'd done with Peavy. During the next few days, Jack saw nothing of the schemers. He dismissed them from his mind and devoted all his time and energy to panning the nearby stream for a meager existence. He didn't know that his enemies had left the community to lay plans for his death. On his regular route, Sergeant Preston and his great dog King came into the small community of Oxbow and stopped as usual at the home of his friend, Constable Dan Emery.
I've got something to show you, Sergeant.
Oh, what is it?
This here?
Tobacco pouch?
Yep. But it's the heaviest tobacco you ever hefted. By the way, are you heading north from here?
Why?
In that case, you're elected to deliver this pouch. Here, lift it.
Heavy. Gold?
Yep. Nuggets.
What's the story behind it, Dan?
Well, it was left here by a stranger. He stopped here and asked for a meal. I fed him and we got to talking. He asked me if I ever traveled north. I told him no. Then he asked if I knew of anyone who was likely to be traveling north. I told him there was hardly a week went by that someone didn't stop off here on the way to the Gold Hills. He seemed real pleased with that.
So you can find someone going north, eh? Well, I'm going to leave it to you, Constable, to find a man you can trust to take a little package up to Red Nose Pass. That's just about 2 days from here.
What sort of package are you talking about? And why do you want me to ask favors of pilgrims who pass this way heading north?
I'll tell you why, Constable. Because you could make a sick old man and his son mighty happy.
How's that?
You ever hear of Jack Madison?
No.
Well, he lives near Red Nose. Lives there with his father, who's a sick man, bedridden.
In the Gold Hills, isn't it?
Yeah. Jack Madison owned a likely-looking mine.
I see.
I thought he was rich. I put over a crooked deal and took some money from him. Oh, I'm ashamed of it, Constable. I'm downright ashamed. I want to make good what I did. You see, I didn't know Madison's claim had petered out, and I took his last cent.
Well, golly, I don't see what I can do.
So I'm getting to that, Constable. I'm a rich man now. Oh, I don't look it, but it's true. I struck it rich in the Valley of the Spirits. Now, you send this sack of gold nuggets to Jack Madison. Don't say anything about me.
All right.
And just say that an old friend sent it. Tell him there's a lot more where these came from in the Valley of the Spirits. Understand?
I guess so.
I'm trusting you, Constable. Now, don't let me down. I'll never rest unless I know that Jack Madison and his old father are well taken care of.
Oh, Sergeant, he went away and left me with the gold nuggets.
And he didn't give his name?
No.
Or say where he was going?
No.
I wonder if he's telling the truth.
Golly, it sounded like the truth. Why would he leave the gold if his story weren't true?
I don't know. I think I'll check up on him.
You know, Sergeant, I'd like to go with you.
Fine, Constable. Why don't you come along?
I expect I could leave town for a few days.
I don't know why not.
I've heard considerable talk about that Valley of the Spirits. But I never heard of there being any gold around that part of the country. If there is gold there, I'd sure like to know about it.
Camped a short distance from Red Nose Pass, Peavy was confident that his plans would work out satisfactorily. But Carslake was slightly dubious.
I tell you, Carslake, we've got nothing to worry about.
I wish I could be sure that Oxbow constable would find an honest man to take that gold up to young Madison.
Oh, he'll see that Madison gets it. Don't worry about that. If Dan Emery can't find someone to deliver the gold, he'll bring it up here to Red Nose himself. I sure gave him a story.
You think Madison will believe that the gold came from the Valley of the Spirits?
Sure he will. If I know human nature, I think I do.
Well, let me in on the rest of the plan.
The rest? I thought you savvy.
No.
Jack's been hit hard by the gold bug. When he hears about the Valley of the Spirits, he'll go there pronto.
So will the man who delivered the gold. And for that matter, so will the constable.
Let them, that's all right. They can all go there. They'll all get the same treatment from the Indians. They'll all get killed.
Killed?
Yeah. Not many people know it, but that valley is an Indian burial ground. Redskins are on the watch both night and day. And if they see anyone digging, disturbing the bones of their ancestors, they'll close in fast.
So that's it.
It's a dead sure bet that Madison will go there. And as soon as he starts digging, he'll be a dead pigeon.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. For a breakfast that's delicious, for a breakfast that's nutritious, remember these three famous words. Shot from gun. Yes, Shot from Gun stands for the original, the one and only Quaker puffed rice and Quaker puffed wheat. These are the giant size, the king size grains of premium wheat or rice, shot from guns to make them bigger and better tasting. Think of it. Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice are actually exploded up to 8 times normal size. That makes them crisp and tender as nuts in November. And as Mother knows, wheat or rice shot from guns makes a deluxe family breakfast that's inexpensive, that's easy to fix as falling off a log. Just pour out a bowl full, add some fruit, and milk or cream. Talk about good. What's more, long hours at school and play call for a hearty breakfast. And Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice furnish added food values of restored natural grain amounts of vitamin B1, niacin, and iron. So how about it? The whole family will be getting off to a flying start when you eat Quaker puffed rice or Quaker puffed wheat. It's never sold in bags or bulk. To get the original, crisp, fresh wheat or rice shot from guns, always buy the big red and blue package with the smiling Quaker man on the front. Get Quaker puffed rice and Quaker puffed wheat. Now to continue our story. Sergeant Preston and a constable, accompanied by King, headed east to visit the Valley of the Spirits before delivering the pouch of gold to young Jack Madison. A mournful wind sighed through the valley. The ground was wet and soggy from melting snows. And in several places, the soft earth showed signs of having recently been turned. The entire area was studded by great boulders. It was an eerie place, especially in the gathering twilight. What's the matter with you, King? Don't you like this valley?
I can't say as I like it any too well, Sergeant.
Certainly doesn't look as if a man could find gold around here.
It's not gold-bearing ground, if you ask me.
What's the matter, King?
He's looking at that rock over yonder.
All right, King. If you want to go there, go to it, boy. Go on, see what it is.
Great guns, look at that dog travel. He's sure on the way to something. Sergeant Preston, look. Look what King found hiding behind that rock.
Hold him, King, we're coming. All right, King, down, boy.
All right, thunder, Sergeant, that redskin had an arrow drawn from his quiver. I'll bet he'd have let us have it if King hadn't acted. Don't shoot.
Well, they watch. You dig burial ground, you die. You not dig, and you're not hurt.
Burial ground? Is that what this is?
That's right.
What are you doing here?
We guard. Other guard in valley. Guard here all time.
I see. You Indians have guards here to shoot anyone who digs in the ground, is that right?
That's right.
Dan, I wonder if the man who left that gold with you wanted to do Jack Madison a favor or send him to his death.
Gosh, I'd like to know.
Certainly lied about finding gold here in the Valley of the Spirits.
He sure did. What do you think we'd better do, Sergeant?
I think we'll play right into his hands.
How do you mean?
You take that pouch of gold to Madison.
Yes.
Give it to him and tell him how you got it. Then we'll see what happens. Sergeant Preston and King remained out of sight while the constable went to the Madison cabin near the community of Red Nose. Jack and his father were wide-eyed with surprise when they emptied the pouch on a table.
It is gold. There must be a couple of $100 there.
Now, look here, Constable.
Can't you tell me more about the man who left this gold with you?
Sorry, but I've told you all I know. He was just an ordinary-looking critter. Nothing outstanding about him.
I wish you'd gotten his name.
I asked for it, but he wouldn't give it to me.
Hey, grub stake the number of men when I can afford it. Maybe one of them has taken this way to repay me.
Constable, you said this came from the Valley of the Spirits.
That's what I was told, Jack.
And that's all I know about it.
I'd sure like to go there and stake a claim.
I've never heard of gold coming from the Valley of the Spirits.
Neither did I, Dad. But if this is a sample, it's worth looking into.
Tell you what, Jack.
What's that?
You want to go to the Valley of the Spirits. How would it be if I went along?
Swell. Oh, the only thing is, I hate to leave Dad alone.
Now, I can manage for a day or so. I said all along it wasn't necessary for you to do everything around the house. I can get up for a little while at a time. You just go ahead, Jack. Go and find that Spirit Valley gold and stake your claim.
I know where it is, Jack. I can show you the way.
Carslake and Peavy were in Red Nose when Jack and the constable bought a few supplies and then set out toward the southeast.
There they go, Peavy. Looks like your scheme is working out.
And they're carrying a couple of spades for digging.
The constable is traveling with Jack. I wish it was someone else.
Well, as long as the constable has dealt himself a hand, he'll have to take what comes.
How soon are we going to call on the old man?
We gotta wait until he gets word his son's been killed.
That might be quite a while.
Well, we can afford to wait, Carslake. We can afford to wait.
Peavy and Carslake waited in the community of Red Nose during the week that followed. And then Sergeant Preston came into town. He stopped at the cafe, inquired about the way to Madison's cabin, and then pushed on.
All right, boys, let's get up there.
The plotters hurried.